Chapter 2006. Hearing Han Fei's words, everyone's faces changed. Only then did they remember that Han Fei was a lunatic who had robbed the Avalon of 5 elements: the Medicine King Heaven, the Dream-Weaving Heaven, and the Sky Purity Palace. Would such a guy really treat them as allies? The Toad Beast said, "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? This toad has always treated you with sincerity." The one-horned female flood dragon pulled the toad and patted its head. "Don't be naughty. We don't know if this guy is good or bad, but from the looks of it, he doesn't look like a good guy. We should be prepared to fight the enemy with the royal mermaid family and the 100 demons." The toad asked, "Then aren't we fighting 2 heavenly opening realm cultivators? How can we fight them?" The one-horned female flood dragon. The giant beasts didn't know much about the chaotic azure sea. They really didn't know much about Han Fei. The power that Han Fei displayed was too strong. The toad that could talk freely just now didn't dare to speak anymore. The royal mermaid said, "Han Fei, even if you need resources, shouldn't you wait until we subdue this guy first?" Han Fei grinned. "Go ahead and treat him. You guys treat him as much as you want. I don't care about this guy anymore." The royal mermaid's face changed slightly. "Why is Han Fei so rude? After all, aren't you the son-in-law of the royal mermaid family?" The 100 demons and the humans at the bottom of the sea were already approaching each other. When everyone was considering whether to give Han Fei resources, they saw Ling Bo's eyes turn red. He stared at Han Fei excitedly as if he had found his prey. Han Fei was speechless. If his guess was right, this guy's insides must have been damaged beyond recognition. He'd lost at least 30% of his combat power. Didn't he know that he wouldn't last long if he fought him head-on? As his name suggested, Lingbo twisted his body and dashed towards Han Fei. His golden arm was suffused with a bloody color, and he charged straight at Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. "There are so many people around. Why do you have to attack me?" Perhaps that arm gave that person a strength that surpassed the sea-opening realm, but that person's blood-red palm directly locked onto him. The moment Ling Bo found Han Fei, everyone except the Snow Lady rushed to the back of the Ling Bo guard at full speed. There was a dilapidated, profound crystal building there. Although it had long since collapsed, the light it emitted indicated that it was the exit of this place. They didn't get anything from this trip, so they couldn't possibly hand over their lives, right? However, how could Han Fei let them get what they wanted? A blue light flashed in front of Han Fei, and he disappeared into time. The next moment, he appeared in front of the teleportation array. Han Fei glanced at the teleportation array, and a look of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. Then he sneered. "What? Do you really think I'm here to help you fight?" At this moment, Ling Bo followed Han Fei closely, causing the people who were about to reach Han Fei to retreat again. Only Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand. In the face of such a violent battle, he naturally chose to solve it with violence. Looking at the blood-colored palm, Han Fei took a deep breath and launched a heaven-knocking gate attack. Boom! Pooh! BM, however, the blood-colored palm grabbed the power of Han Fei's heaven-knocking gate with one slap. However, the crafty time technique broke out at the same time, and half of Ling Bo's body exploded into pieces, and the upper body was almost completely annihilated. Han Fei took the crafty time technique by surprise and directly shattered Ling Bo's body. But he also suffered the power of the Qilin's palm. Fortunately, the infinity water had just been upgraded, and Han Fei used it as a shield. With a bang, the infinity water exploded, and the golden arm attacked again, ignoring Ling Bo's injury. Han Fei punched with all his strength, and the 2 fists collided. Once again, Han Fei felt the incomparable desire in his heart. He longed to get that arm, but Han Fei's reason told him that this was just the temptation of that arm. Han Fei raised his hand, and the heavenly awakening divine technique descended. This time he used it on himself. What Han Fei needed was the purification power of the heavenly awakening divine technique. When the divine brilliance shrouded him, Han Fei's eyes and ears became clear, and he resisted the temptation. But as soon as Han Fei came back to his senses, he saw that Ling Bo's body suddenly shrank, and the whole ground collapsed, turning into a drop of blood, which was sucked in by the golden arm. Then the golden arm flew towards Han Fei, having just been purified by the heavenly awakening divine technique. Han Fei immediately felt the temptation again. Fuse. Little Black and Little White fused with Han Fei, and Han Fei had to use the ruthless state of the yin-yang divine eyes to resist the temptation of this golden arm. Perhaps this golden arm was a very powerful treasure. After wearing it, even an ordinary king would be as strong as Sky Splitter. If he used it, even Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan might not be able to defeat him. However, this thing was too strange. Besides, Han Fei still felt that his arm was very strong. He was the strongest man in the chaotic ocean body tempering school. After suppressing his doubts, Han Fei retreated quickly and shouted, "Within 3 seconds, each of you hand over 500 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for giving this arm to you." The faces of the kings changed drastically. This was the exploration of the imperial palace. Han Fei understood the mentality of the kings. Once they encountered danger, it would be dangerous if they didn't have resources with them. Therefore, when the kings explored the imperial palace, they would definitely bring a lot of resources with them. Han Fei said again, "Hurry up! Where are the ultra-quality spiritual stones or resources of equivalent value? Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave." When the golden arm grabbed at him, Han Fei's figure flashed, and he escaped from the pursuit of this arm again. And his first target was the human king from the bottom of the sea, who was still alive. When the latter saw Han Fei coming, his face changed on the spot. No matter what, his life was more important. At this critical moment, no one would think that resources were more important than his life. The man's face changed drastically, and he threw 5 sun moon shells at Han Fei. At the moment when the sun moon shells were thrown out, the man retreated quickly. Now the weird golden arm was chasing after Han Fei. If he dared to stop, he would be courting death. Sure enough, the golden arm had already caught up with him, but the only thing to be thankful for was that its speed was not very fast. Although it could still affect Han Fei and try to invade his soul just now that Han Fei had fused with Little Black and Little White, his temperament was much colder. Even if this golden arm could catch up with Han Fei's speed and continue to affect him, Han Fei still had one last trick, which was the 7th grade soul calming pill. Swish! Han Fei flashed again and chased after the king of the 100 demon clan. The latter was livid. Like the human king from the bottom of the sea, he threw the sun moon shells and immediately ran away. At the same time, the toad and the one-horned female flood dragon threw the sun moon shells to Han Fei almost at the same time. The toad said, "Fellow Taoist, this is all I have." Han Fei sneered, "I don't believe you." Han Fei reached out, and with a golden flash, he landed next to the Snow Lady. To his surprise, the golden arm didn't chase after him. The others were also horrified because they saw that the king of the mermaid royal family was trembling and his eyes were glowing red. In front of him was a golden arm. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The toad said, "Run. That arm has found a newcomer. This guy is stronger than Lingbo." The right arm of the king of the mermaid royal family was melting, and the golden arm was slowly fusing with it. The Snow Lady shouted, "Let's go! We can't stay here for long. The opportunities here have obviously been taken by someone else. It's not a good time to fight with this arm." Han Fei frowned. It was not that he didn't want to leave, but he didn't think there were any big opportunities in such a dangerous place. So Han Fei took out the nautical panorama and ran while turning. It was the first time that the Snow Lady had seen the nautical panorama. She didn't expect that Han Fei would take it out at this time. The nautical panorama turned and pointed at the golden arm. Han Fei's heart sank. Han Fei's heart sank. Although this thing was terrifying, it should be a treasure. However, for now, Han Fei had already sensed the horror of this arm after the initial confrontation. It was trying to distort his nature, invade his soul, absorb his essence blood, and replace his arm. Besides, the power that the arm could unleash was far beyond his. If it weren't for the fact that the person using it wasn't strong enough, he would have been seriously injured just now. Therefore, Han Fei decided not to take this opportunity, because he wasn't sure if he could take it. Some things could be taken and attacked, such as the skeleton of greed, because its limit was there. But some things couldn't be guessed at all. He couldn't even touch its limit. Why should he take it? Han Fei pulled the Snow Lady to the teleportation array and activated it immediately. At this moment, the mermaid royal family didn't chase after them. Instead, she put on a creepy smile and squeezed out a sentence from her throat. "You can't run away." In an instant, the toad, the one-horned female flood dragon, and the kings of the undersea humans and the 100 demons were all horrified. Even though they knew that it was equally dangerous to go through the teleportation array with Han Fei, it was better than staying here. And Han Fei didn't deliberately make them stay. If they could meet again later, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. He didn't want to waste time and give the golden arm a chance. Chapter 2007. When Han Fei's eyes lit up again, what he saw was still ruins. There was a broken bronze gate that was 1,000 meters high. Han Fei was quite shocked when he saw the gate. Was it the gate of the Void Temple? But Han Fei was relieved when he saw that there was no T-shaped carving on the gate. However, Han Fei looked around and found that it was a huge ruin. Many kings were sitting cross-legged in the ruins. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that there were about 18 kings from the human clan, the 100 demons clan, the mermaids' royal family, the undersea humans, the behemoths, and the martial emperor city. The kings on the human clan side all changed their expressions when Han Fei showed up. The kings of the other clans were also shocked. Han Fei was the last person they wanted to meet. Ever since the news of Han Fei escaping from Bei Luochen, sneak attacking the Grand Purity Palace and slaughtering 4 kings in a row, and escaping with ease had spread, no one wanted to provoke such a lunatic. Han Fei and the Snow Lady looked at the human clan's side immediately after they saw the situation. There was another acquaintance there. Who else could it be but Huang Jia? Behind them, the toad and the one-horned female flood dragon rushed to the behemoths as soon as they came out. The toad roared, "Eight Eyes, Squid Girl, I'm here. I've finally found you." The kings of the undersea humans and the 100 demons quickly left Han Fei without a second's delay. Han Fei heard that the toad spoke to the other 2 behemoths telepathically. "Don't fight that human. That guy has the power to create the sky. He's extremely terrifying." The undersea humans and the 100 demons also told their clans about Han Fei's strength. Han Fei had planned to find a new place to kill the kings of the undersea humans and the 100 demons. But he didn't expect to see so many kings here. Were they here for a meeting? Next to Han Fei, the Snow Girl's expression changed, and he said, "Is it here?" Han Fei was confused. "Where is this place?" The Snow Lady said, "This is the limit that people could reach. I heard that no one has ever broken through it. The 36 profound sky monarchs had obtained their great Daos here. Once upon a time, there was a divine tree here. It was filled with great Daos, divine weapons, and unique treasures." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Wasn't that tree dug up?" The Snow Girl also glanced at Han Fei. "Yes, but you should know who dug it out." Han Fei thought to himself, "Of course I know, but I don't know if you're talking about the demon purification pot." But Han Fei didn't think that the demon purification pot was a calabash, and what they dug up was a tree. But if it wasn't the demon purification pot, where was the tree that was dug away? The 2 of them communicated for a while before landing on the ground. Han Fei glanced around. There were 4 other human kings besides Huang Jia: Qiu Yueming, Liang Yin, and Su Lian were among them. But in addition to them, there was another guy that Han Fei had a little impression of. Who else could it be but Hong Yu of the Mad Corpse Heaven? Speaking of which, Hong Yu felt that his luck was extremely bad. Why did he have to run into Han Fei every time? This was already the 4th time. Why don't you find a few King powerful allies for me? Look at the people around me. Huang Jia, a poisonous old man who didn't like anyone. Liang Yin and Fan Yintian were famous for being nice. They couldn't afford to offend Han Fei. Qiu Yueming was originally from the Glass Heaven and was Han Fei's ally. Su Lian, after all, he was also from the 13 Outer Heavens. The others wouldn't offend Han Fei, and he was certainly not stupid. So he was the only one here who had stood on the Grand Pure Wuji's side. So, when Han Fei looked at him meaningfully, Hong Yu said via voice transmission, "I surrender. From now on, the Mad Corpse Heaven will firmly stand on the Yin-Yang Heaven side. When I go back, I will cut off all the connections between the Mad Corpse Heaven and the Grand Pure Wuji." Han Fei was also stunned. Is this guy so straightforward? He's surrendering to me directly? Han Fei couldn't help but grin. How can I believe you? You were one of the people who attacked the Yin-Yang Heaven, weren't you? Hong Yu was sweating all over, and he said, I didn't attack him directly at that time. The Grand Pure Wuji forced me to attack him, but I couldn't beat Han Guanshu at that time. I was defeated in the first confrontation and didn't participate in the later battle. Really, I can make a vow. Han Fei curled his lips. I never believe in vows, but I believe in resources. If you take out 1 billion resources now and give me 5 billion when we go back, I will believe you and forget about what happened in the past. Hong Yu was speechless. He said, How can I bring so many resources in this imperial palace? I only brought some life-saving resources, which add up to no more than 500 million. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Oh, then give them to me. At least in the imperial palace I won't touch you. But after we go out, you have to make up for these resources. Of course, if you die here, I won't ask for them from you. Hong Yu really wanted to slap himself at this moment. Han Fei rose so fast that he must have consumed a lot of resources. Opening the Origin Sea alone would require a lot of resources. Why did he blurt out 500 million just now? He should have said 2 or 300 million. Unfortunately, Hong Yu had already said it. If he didn't want to die, he had to pay. Although all the forces were here, if Han Fei really wanted to attack, who dared to stop him? This guy was famous for his craziness. If he really fought, he didn't know how long he could last. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei stood still, Hong Yu immediately stood up and handed Han Fei 6 sun moon shells with a smile. Qiu Yueming and the others. The Snow Girls and Huang Jia were intrigued. It seemed that Hong Yu had surrendered. According to Han Fei's personality, he would definitely attack Hong Yu. However, Hong Yu gave him resources as soon as he came, which meant that he had lowered his head or even chosen to surrender. With a faint smile on his face, Han Fei casually took the sun moon shells and looked at the kings of the other forces. Among them, Han Fei saw an acquaintance from the Martial Emperor City. If he remembered correctly, it was Bai Yu from the Super Resource Store. On the Mermaid Royal family side, Han Fei also saw an acquaintance. He seemed to be the commander of the guards outside the Mermaid Royal City, Li Jian. As for the others, Han Fei didn't know any of them. The Snow Girls said, I don't know about the giant beasts, but the old turtle from the 100 Demons is named Pang Jia. It's said that he has a trace of the bloodline of the ancient dragon turtle. He's very strong. His defense and combat ability are amazing. The old man from the undersea humans is named Zhou Bai. He's among the top 10 of the pioneer sea state in the chaotic, vast ocean. Don't underestimate him. Han Fei looked at Qiu Yueming and the others and said, There are 6 humans for beasts, 2 from the Martial Emperor City, 3 from the 100 Demons, 3 from the undersea humans, and 4 from the Mermaid Royal family. There are 22 people in total. Why are they all here? Huang Jie said slowly, "Wait a moment. Everyone who has been here knows how dangerous this place is." Han Fei asked, "Isn't the bronze gate broken?" Huang Jie grinned and said, "It is broken, but it doesn't mean there are no dangers inside. When the sun, moon, and stars appear behind the gate, and the bright starlight shines, you can enter. Otherwise, you'll run into horrible things if you enter now." Han Fei looked at where they came from and asked casually, "How long do we have to wait?" Huang Jie said, 3 to 5 days at least, and 2 to 3 months at most. The first time we came to this place, it was Han Guanshu who led us to this place. After it's opened, it will be the time when the kings die. I didn't expect that we would come here so soon. Huang Jie's words made Han Fei's heart skip beat. The so-called death of the kings referred to the fights for treasures. However, it was different this time. Han Fei said, "We might not be able to wait until then." Huang Jie and the others couldn't help but look at Han Fei. What did he mean? What did he mean by, "we might not be able to wait until then"? Han Fei didn't plan to attack. After all, there were too many kings here. Also, it was said that there were a few strong ones. Even though Han Fei was confident that he could suppress them, they must have trump cards. It was meaningless to kill them before they even saw any treasures. One day later, a teleportation array appeared in the sky, and a lobsterman and a sharkman appeared. 2 more kings of the 100 demons appeared. Another day, one from the martial Emperor City and one from the Behemoth clan came. At this moment, the number of kings here had increased to 25. On the 3rd day, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged, waiting for the sun, moon, and stars that Huang Jie mentioned. Suddenly, the teleportation array flickered, and 2 human kings appeared. When Huang Jie and the others saw them, they had a bad feeling. Han Fei knew one of them. It was Ji Xian of the Grand Purity Palace. It was said that he was among the top 10 in the chaotic ocean. It was Ji Xian and Yi Qinglong of the mermaids who went to the place where the kings died. And Yi Qinglong was said to be second in the pioneer sea realm of the mermaids. From this, one could guess Ji Xian's strength. As for the other person, the Snow Lady said, "Zhou Fu of the Wuji Heaven is second only to Yun Tianhe." Oh no! When they saw these 2, Hongyu, Liang Yin, and the others knew that things were bad. Even the kings of the other clans were watching the show, not letting them down. Han Fei suddenly stood up and grinned. "There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on coming in." Han Fei used the Dao and the Dao as one sword. Without hesitation, he attacked Zhou Fu, who was relatively closer. Zhou Fu and Ji Xian had just arrived. By the time they saw the situation, Han Fei had already charged over. Han Fei's full strength was terrifying. Both Zhou Fu and Ji Xian were horrified. The power of this sword made the 2 feel as if they were facing death. Seeing that it was Han Fei, Ji Xian shouted, "Brother Zhou, use all your strength. Either he dies or we die. If you have a trump card, use it now." The 3-tailed divine scissors. Chapter 2008. A jade shield appeared in front of Zhou Fu. 13 light swords shot out of his hand and formed a circle, trying to shatter the Dao Convergence sword. Bam! Crack! 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 The 13 small swords of flowing light shattered one after another, and the jade shield was destroyed soon after. A pair of golden scissors slashed down, and Zhou Fu unleashed an earth-shattering attack with his saber. Only then did they manage to block Han Fei's Dao Convergence sword. Rumble! A terrifying power swept across the place. The bronze gate was shaken by the power of the 2 sides. Fuse! 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 Zhou Fu and Ji Xian fused with their spiritual beasts without hesitation. This time, Han Fei also fused with his spiritual beast. He wanted to fight a quick and decisive battle to slay the king. If it was someone else, Han Fei would have let it go. But this was the grand pure Wuji. He couldn't let it go so easily. Knock on the heavenly gate. After the Tao Convergence sword, Han Fei's second attack arrived in an instant. Zhou Fu had time to react. A green jade token appeared in front of him and turned into 1,000. Talisman Tao, heavenly cycle jade scroll. The dazzling light collided with the jade token array. In an instant, the heavenly cycle jade scroll was full of cracks. Zhou Fu was shocked. What kind of terrifying power was Han Fei? It could even shatter his power of the Tao in one attack? Ji Xian didn't dare to hesitate. If Zhou Fu was in trouble, it meant that he was out. On the other hand, although there were many human kings on Han Fei's side, including Hong Yu, would they help them? The answer was obviously not. Ji Xian roared. Grand pure 1-meter sword. Slash the body. Slash the soul. Slash the fate. On the side, the toad from the giant beast lineage said in astonishment, "Are these people so crazy? Just how big of an enmity do they have to have such a grand formation right from the start?" Li Dian and the other kings were shocked that the mermaid royal family didn't participate in the battle. Was Han Fei already so strong? They vaguely remembered that Han Fei had gone to the mermaid royal city a year ago. At that time, only one incarnation had gone. He hadn't become a king yet. No one had thought that his real body was very strong. But now it seemed that he was comparable to Yi, Qinglong, and Long Yujun. Meanwhile, the kings of the 100 demon race and the underwater human race looked at each other and said, "From now on, our two races will work together. There are too many experts here, especially Han Fei. His strength is inestimable." Han Fei didn't even need to do anything. The advanced infinity water directly rolled at the clear 1-meter sword. After wrapping the sword, Han Fei grinned. "Explode. Not good. Quick, block it." This madman. Rumble, the terrifying impact shattered everything in the area, and the bronze gate fell to the ground with a creak. And the 1-foot sword of the Grand Pure One was directly annihilated and shattered by Han Fei. This was not enough. Ji Xian and Zhou Fu were at the center of the explosion. Their internal organs had been blasted to smithereens, and they were covered in blood. Even their battle robes were in tatters. Amidst the billowing smoke and the terrifying explosion, a golden light flashed out. Following that, the kings felt two extremely high-quality powers intertwining with each other. Ji Xian was shocked. He recognized this move. It was the move that Han Fei had used to kill Bei Xianbing when he pretended to be Wang Yijin. It was the combination of celestial spiritual energy and ferocious energy. It was a power that could kill a king with one strike. Pooh! Ji Xian shattered half of his blood essence, burned his blood, and rushed toward the bronze gate. "Bastard!" Zhou Fu yelled. Was Ji Xian leaving him alone to deal with Han Fei? This guy had gone crazy. God knew how he had unleashed the power of the heaven opening state. Immediately, the jade slip in Zhou Fu's hand shattered and Bei Luochen appeared. This was naturally a projection of Bei Luochen, and it also contained the power of Bei Luochen's attack. The moment Bei Luochen appeared, he shouted coldly, "Han Fei, this attack was prepared for you." A black leech appeared behind Bei Luochen. Han Fei felt a large amount of negative energy there. Apart from that, it seemed to be the full power of the heaven opening state. Invincible I kill. Han Fei opened his forehead, and the divine baleful energy charged at Bei Luochen. Seeing this, the kings of the major forces all shouted, "Be careful. Don't be affected by the power of the heaven opening state." Bang, bang, pooh! 2 ripples vibrated in the void. With one strike, the incomparably tough void of the Arch Palace was blasted into a large void storm. Ji Xian had already rushed into the bronze gate. Han Fei didn't have time to care about him. But Zhou Fu was forced to stay by Han Fei. Even though he had summoned Bei Luochen's power, he was still vomiting blood. Hong Yu's heart was trembling. As expected, Han Fei was already strong enough to fight against a heaven-opening state. Zhou Fu was finished, definitely finished. Even one of Bei Luochen's doppelgangers was killed by Han Fei. How could Zhou Fu block it? In fact, Qiu Yueming, Xuan Nu, Huang Jie, and the others were all dumbfounded. Opening the sea and shaking the sky? Was it so easy? Han Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. His body was full of energy. Although his battle suit was torn, his fist still landed on Zhou Fu. Boom! The king's body exploded. In Han Fei's hand, the nautical panorama pointed. Between his fingers, he grabbed a wisp of soul and crushed it. Ah! All the kings heard was an unwilling cry. Zhou Fu, the third strongest of the Wuji heaven, had died just like that. Li Dian of the Merfolk royalty was also shocked. Originally, no one in the Merfolk royalty thought the princess and Han Fei would marry. But now, it seemed that Han Fei's power was beyond everyone's imagination. How long had it been since the imperial palace opened? If Han Fei could continue to grow, or if he obtained a great opportunity here, it might be possible for him to become a sovereign. But just as Han Fei was about to win, Xuan Nu suddenly shouted, "Oh no!" Han Fei was stunned. He had just killed Zhou Fu and was about to use the Gemini divine technique to absorb the chaotic energy in Zhou Fu's origin sea. But when he looked back, he saw a king of the Merfolk royalty opening a crack in the void. One of his hands was a golden arm. That person was staring at Han Fei with burning eyes. *CK caught up with me? It seemed that Han Fei's battle had caused too much noise and caused countless cracks in the void, so the golden arm controlled that person and forced it to break through the void. Seeing this, Li Dian couldn't help but shout, "Qin Shuang, what's wrong?" Han Fei shouted at Huang Jie and the others, "Don't just stand there. Come in." Then, Han Fei glanced at Li Dian. After all, he was from Xia Xiaochan's family and there was no conflict between them, so he should remind him. So Han Fei said telepathically, "Stop shouting. Don't call him over. He's already controlled by that hand. Run." Li Dian's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Han Fei's reminder had changed his opinion of Han Fei. But now was not the time to size Han Fei up. Li Dian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Even he had to run when Han Fei released such a terrifying power just now. What the hell was this golden arm? As soon as Han Fei ran, Huang Jie, the snow girl, and Qiu Yueming followed him. They were all his allies. Han Fei's decision to run was not unreasonable, and with the snow girl's reminder, they didn't dare to slack off. Han Yu was among them, thinking that he might be able to ride on Han Fei's coattails. Han Fei only wanted 5 billion in resources. He could just give it to him when he got home. Seeing that all the humans were running, Li Dian immediately shouted, "Come on, follow them." Someone said, "What about Qin Shuang?" Li Dian said grumpily, "He is no longer Qin Shuang. Look at his murderous aura. He doesn't know us at all." On the Martial Emperor City side, Baiyu seemed to know what this hand was, so he moved faster than Li Dian. The demons and the underwater humans, seeing that everyone ran away as soon as they saw the golden arm, panicked. Although there were no sun, moon, or stars behind the bronze door, they had to chase after them. When Qin Shuang opened the crack in the void and completely appeared, everyone had already rushed to the inside of the bronze door. His eyes were scarlet, and his throat erupted with a voice that did not sound like a human's. "Can't run away?" Well then, Han Fei didn't care what was behind the bronze gate. The golden arm was obviously targeting him. In the previous battle, it had sucked 2 mouthfuls of blood while it was still alive, and it had almost interfered several times. Even if he wanted to fight, he couldn't. There were so many kings here. If it took turns to parasites, wouldn't it be the one who would be injured in the end? Inside and outside the bronze gate were 2 different worlds. Han Fei and the others rushed in and immediately felt the bombardment of lightning all over the sky. Everyone felt as if they had been hit in the head. Not everyone could do something like myriad lightning body refinement. Han Fei was puzzled. It looked like the thunder purgatory. The Snow Lady replied, "The lightning will only disappear when the sun, moon, and stars appear." This place was known as the Eternal Lightning Prison before the outside world was destroyed. It is said that the most terrifying lightning here is comparable to heavenly tribulation. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Where is the lightning comparable to the heavenly tribulation? Chapter 2009. Others avoided heavenly tribulations as if they were snakes or scorpions. But Han Fei was different. He had been struck since he was a child. Every time he deduced the void fishing art, he would be burnt to a crisp. It was not that he had never stayed in the thunder prison before. Now that he could use the yin-yang millstone, he could completely transform the thunderbolts here into the purest energy to temper his physical body. Although he had practiced the void fire refinement art, it didn't mean that the pure mystic body was useless. Han Fei had been practicing both. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so fast? When Han Fei asked where the lightning of tribulation was, the Snow Lady and Huang Jia were speechless. Huang Jia said, "It's recorded that the lightning comparable to the heavenly tribulation can only be encountered in the depths of the eternal thunder prison. But I advise you not to go. If you can survive until the sun, moon, and stars appear, the eternal thunder prison will disappear. Then you will have other places to go." "Why?" Huang Jia smiled grimly. "Because, since ancient times, no one who has gone to the depths of the eternal thunder prison has come back alive." Han Fei frowned. "Is it that exaggerated? What if someone came back and didn't tell you?" Huang Jia said, "Every time the imperial palace is opened, what happened here will eventually spread out. How can we not know this? Even if someone really went in and came out safely, they should have risen in the chaotic azure sea long ago. But in fact, except for a few people, most of those who really rose in the Age of Doom were the first-generation Imperial Palace explorers." The Snow Lady nodded. "I agree with Huang Jia on this point. Everyone who went to the depths of the Eternal Thunder Prison died. We went and died together. Because we didn't go there, we were the first to walk out of the Imperial Palace." BM! Boom! 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 Suddenly, Han Fei and the others couldn't help but look back, and their faces changed drastically. Qin Shuang of the Mermaid Royal Family also came in. Han Fei immediately cursed. "Why is it haunting me?" Huang Jia was speechless. "Why do I feel that this thing is coming for you? Do you want me to poison it? I advise you not to. If you take one hit, you'll be half dead. If you take 2 hits, you can find someone to bury you. If you want to go, I won't stop you." Hearing this, Huang Jia took a deep breath. "Forget it then." Next door, Qiu Yueming, Su Lian, Hong Yu, and Liang Yin heard everything clearly. They were also speechless. Han Fei was offending people wherever he went. Previously, he had fought against the heaven-opening skeleton in the Avarice Temple. Now, there was a golden arm that even he had to run away from. Although they didn't know why, they just ran away. Even Han Fei was no match for them, let alone them. Swoosh, 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 the kings of the various factions ran madly towards the depths of the Thunder Prison. Boom, boom, boom! However, the sky was filled with lightning, pouring down in torrents. Everyone seemed to be carrying hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of lightning bolts as they forced their way forward. Therefore, mistakes were inevitable. Some people ran fast, while others ran slow. No matter how strong you were, there would always be a difference in strength. One of the 100 demon races, Lobster Kings, was the slowest, so he was the last. All of a sudden, all the kings heard a loud "Kacha" sound erupt. When he turned around to take a look, he saw the lobster head rolling in the lightning bolts as it flew toward him. His body seemed to have been detonated and exploded into pieces. When they looked again, they saw a golden fist slowly retracting at the place of the explosion. "Long Chao! Asshole, what the hell is that?" Pang Jia of the 100 demon race was greatly shocked. A sea expansion cultivator couldn't even resist a punch from the golden arm? The lobster named Long Chow was not completely dead because his head was blown off. He still had a chance. However, before Long Chow could reconstruct his body, he saw a golden hand pinching his head. Bam! Instantly, the lobster's head was blown into pieces. This king couldn't be more dead. When Huang Jie saw this, he immediately exclaimed, "Just one punch! Why else do you think I ran?" In the Eternal Thunder waterfall, Ji Xian, who had rushed in first, slowed down a lot after running for a while. He ran so far because he knew that Han Fei was so fast that even heaven-opening cultivators couldn't catch up with him. Therefore, he had to run further away. Otherwise, it would be too obvious that he was being bombarded by lightning. He was betting that Han Fei wouldn't come in, because Han Fei had a total of 6 kings with him, and many of them were first-generation explorers of the Imperial Palace in the Age of Doom. Those people couldn't be ignorant of the dangers of the Eternal Thunder Prison. Phew! Ji Xian slowed down a little and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was shocked. Han Fei had already become so strong. Apart from those at the heaven-opening stage, who else could suppress him? According to this person's unscrupulous and vengeful behavior, how could the Grand Purity Palace stop him when he became a heaven-opening cultivator someday? Ji Xian thought to himself, if he could get out of here, he had to ask the ancestral patriarch and Bei Luochen of the Wuji heaven to kill Han Fei. If he didn't get rid of this guy, he would be a big problem in the future. However, not long after Ji Xian slowed down and thought about Han Fei, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked back, he was shocked to see streaks of light covered in blood fleeing wildly. Ji Xian. Among them, the leader of the human race was none other than Han Fei. This guy's body was like a golden light, running and stopping. Ji Xian was dumbfounded. Zhou Fu couldn't even stop him for such a short time. Han Fei was coming at them again. However, what puzzled Ji Xian was that the Snow Girls and Huang Jia were all crazy. Han Fei didn't know how dangerous this place was. But how could the first-generation explorers of the Imperial Palace not know? Why did they run in here too? "We can't run away." Behind, someone shouted, "Great Tao, Shadow! Ah, save me!" Puff! In the distance, Ji Xian heard someone crying for help. It seemed that a king had died. If Han Fei took the lead to run, who would kill the enemy behind him? Unfortunately, this was not the time to think about this. The key now was that Han Fei had caught up. Of course, Ji Xian was also burning his blood. At this moment, Han Fei had already seen Ji Xian. But the problem was that on the human side, Qiu Yueming and Su Lian didn't seem to be good at speed and were about to fall behind. Especially Qiu Yueming. She was not the master of the Immortal Palace, but a late king. Although she was not weak, her speed was much worse. At this moment, the last one was a king of the Seabed clan. This person had been killed, and it was Qiu Yueming's turn next. Han Fei sighed slightly. Han Fei heaved a sigh. Since they were allies, he couldn't just watch them die. At this moment, Qiu Yueming had already burned her blood to escape. However, since she was covered in blood, the others naturally had to burn their blood to escape too. At this time, whoever fell last basically meant death. After running for a long time, this was already the 3rd death. How many people were there in total? He had to kill them all, one at a time, and then all of them would be finished. Just when Qiu Yueming was horrified and thought she was going to die, she saw a golden light suddenly appeared in front of her. When Han Fei flipped his hand, the sacrificing fist mark broke out and blasted towards Qin Shuang, who was about to pounce. He grabbed Qiu Yueming with the other hand and flashed forward 30,000 kilometers with a swish. After 30,000 kilometers, before Qiu Yueming realized what was going on, Han Fei had grabbed Su Lian with the other hand and flashed another 100,000 kilometers away. After a few leaps, Han Fei caught up with Liang Yin and the others who were in the front. Su Lian said, "Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator." Qiu Yueming said, Thank you so much. Qiu Yueming will remember your kindness. Han Fei, however, said casually, where is the deepest part of the eternal thunder waterfall? The power of lightning is at least 5 times stronger than before. Everyone is getting slower and slower. I'm afraid I can't carry you anymore. Huang Jie said nobody knows. Han Fei asked, just as he was about to kill Ji Xian first, his heart suddenly moved. He saw a golden light breaking through the void. Who else could it be but the puppet Qin Shuang? Shoot! So fast? Han Fei subconsciously activated his Dao and activated the crafty time technique again. BAM rumble after 2 sacrificing punches. Han Fei was blown away for more than 3,000 kilometers with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. Originally, the kings were not too far away from each other, but the moment the golden arm approached Han Fei, all of them immediately moved away. Zhou Bai of the Seabed human clan even roared, "Let's go! That thing is bothering Han Fei. It's our chance to escape." Han Fei didn't feel good. Are they really going to fight me? Why? But Han Fei still shouted to the snow girls and the others, "You go first." The main thing was that the snow lady and the others were not strong enough to resist this golden arm at all. They would be dead after just 1 attack. Only a few people here could resist 1 or 2 attacks, or they could resist 1 or 2 attacks with their heaven-opening techniques. No one could resist this arm. But the good thing was that the arm couldn't take it down. He would be fine as long as he didn't get too close to it. However, Han Fei didn't have the habit of helping other people. "I'm fighting here and creating an opportunity for you to escape?" Who was the one who shouted just now? Zhou Bai of the Seabed human clan? Fine, you're using me as a shield? Am I giving you face? On the other side, Zhou Bai was running wildly with the 2 kings, not daring to stop. But suddenly he saw a flash of golden light. When he took a closer look, he found that it was none other than Han Fei. The next moment, Zhou Bai's face changed greatly, and he said in horror, not good, "Let's split up and run." Chapter 2010. Zhou Bai didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast. 1 second, he was chased by the golden arm, and the next second, Han Fei had caught up with him. What he didn't understand was that the golden arm could control others. Qin Shuang might still have some consciousness to resist, so the golden arm didn't have such high mobility. Otherwise, the golden arm would have caught up with him at the beginning. Han Fei didn't target Zhou Bai, because Zhou Bai was the strongest among the seabed humans. Qin Shuang was already having a hard time fighting him. If the golden arm controlled Zhou Bai, it would be even more difficult to kill him. However, these 2 ordinary kings were not strong, and their physiques were not strong. Han Fei wished the golden arm could kill these kings. Han Fei stopped a shark man. When the shark man saw that Han Fei gave up Zhou Bai and stopped him instead, he was furious. There were wolves ahead and tigers behind. If he didn't try his best, he would lose his life. He roared, soul-destroying demonic sound roar. Pucci, with a flash of golden light, Han Fei fought at close range, but the golden arm came late. Before the shark man could roar, he was pierced by the 5 fingers of the golden arm. Chilla. Han Fei took the opportunity to poke the shark man's flesh and blood, but he didn't have a chance to annihilate this person. However, in this eternal thunder prison, once his body was destroyed, it was difficult to survive in such crazy lightning with only his soul and flesh. Han Fei retreated quickly and continued to run away. About 10 minutes later, the other king of the seabed humans besides Zhou Bai was also killed by Han Fei in almost the same way. Zhou Bai was so scared that he activated all his secret methods, fearing that he would die in Han Fei's hands. In fact, Han Fei didn't want to kill him at all. As long as these top masters didn't die, the power of the golden arm would be limited. Once Zhou Bai, Pang Jia, Ji Xian, Baiyu, and even the snow girl were possessed by the golden arm, Han Fei didn't know how powerful they would be. Although the others also wanted to split up and run, such as running to the sides in an attempt to take a detour and leave this place. However, it was also at this moment that a circular electric ring suddenly spread out like a ripple. It was so fast that it quickly trapped everyone within it. But Han Fei was about to chase the golden arm away when he suddenly found that the golden arm stopped. Instead of chasing him, it retreated tens of thousands of kilometers with the electric current. Han Fei was confused. Was the golden arm afraid of electricity? Boom, 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 feeling the power of the lightning. Han Fei found that the lightning in this minefield was indeed much stronger. Even if he resisted it head-on, every time he was struck, he would unconsciously tremble, which had seriously interfered with his movement. Fortunately, the golden arm didn't chase after him, which was a good thing. At this moment, the various forces gathered together in twos and threes. Other than Ji Xian's figure, there were a total of 22 people here. In that short period of time, Han Fei had killed 1 Zhou Fu from the Wuji heavens, but the golden arm had killed 5. Han Fei didn't know whether he should thank it or thank it. Zhou Bai, who had become a commander without an army, had already joined the 100 Demons clan. However, there were only 2 people left on the 100 Demons clan side. Including Zhou Bai, there were only 3 people left. Fortunately, Pang Jia and Zhou Bai were not weak. If they were ordinary kings, this team would probably be gone. At this moment, Huang Jie shouted, "Don't fight. There seems to be less lightning ahead." Seeing Huang Jie running back, Han Fei thought of something and didn't provoke and attacked the 100 Demons clan and the underwater humans again. After all, it was not a bad thing to keep these people alive. Fortunately, they were at the bottom just now. Otherwise, the human race would probably be at the bottom now. More importantly, Huang Jie said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "It seems that we can't get out now. I saw Ji Xian just now. We can't get out." Han Fei leaped with golden light and launched a tentative strike at the edge of the lightning circle, only to frown. His power was absorbed by the lightning barrier. 1 Ji Xian was not a big deal. At most, he could escape, but it was not a good thing that he couldn't get out. However, at this moment, the golden arm was outside anyway. Han Fei didn't believe that the danger inside would be more dangerous than the golden arm. At this moment, Bai Yu from the Martial Emperor City said to Han Fei, "Han Fei, this is not the time to fight. There has never been any news from the depths of the eternal Thunder Penitentiary." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Actually, I don't like fighting. I'm not interested in fighting. I just have no choice." Bai Yu's mouth twitched. He was speechless. "You don't like fighting? You have no choice? You already have a huge criminal record in the Martial Emperor City. The 36 Xian heavens are in a foul atmosphere because of you. You say you don't like fighting?" Of course, Bai Yu could understand the hatred between Yin Yang Heaven and Tai Ching Wuji. Anyway, this was the speculation of the Martial Emperor City recently. Once Han Fei opened the sky, the position of the leader of the 36 Xian Heavenly Venerables would probably change hands. On the side of the Merman royal family, Li Jian also said, "The Merman royal family doesn't have any records of this place. We must be careful." Li Jian was no longer hostile to Han Fei now. Just now, Han Fei told him to run. Now he naturally returned the favor, indicating that everything here was indeed unknown. Even the Merman royal family hadn't been here before. Of course, Han Fei knew what Bai Yu and Li Jian meant. The two of them were hinting for Han Fei to keep more kings for now. They might be useful later. They could temporarily work together. When there was danger, they could push Pang Jia and the other 2 into the eternal Thunder Penitentiary. This would greatly increase their chances of survival in the Imperial Palace or the eternal Thunder Penitentiary. Han Fei glanced at the 3 of them and smiled. Then he said to the Snow Ladies, "Let's go. Let's go deeper." Half an hour later, Han Fei and the others encountered fewer and fewer lightning bolts. The power of the lightning was also becoming more stable. When they were struck by lightning, their bodies only trembled and felt slightly numb. However, It was impossible for their vitality to dissipate after being struck by lightning. Besides, it didn't look like a heavenly tribulation. If all heavenly tribulations were like this, the chaotic, vast sea would have been full of kings. At this time, what Han Fei and the others saw were 5 desolate graves lined up in a row. In front of the 5 graves, there was a tablet with an inscription on it. Emperors have 6 lives, 5 proofs of immortality. Only 6 lives can be enlightened. The Tao of the 5 lives should be left to the future generations. The path of Tao is difficult and against the heaven. It is dangerous to prove one's Tao. 1 life after 100 deaths is called luck. 1 life for all living beings is called heavenly fate. With luck and difficulty, there are layers of barriers. If you are blessed by heavenly fate, you will only have a slim chance of survival in the great battle. Future generations should enlighten themselves. Seeing the inscription on the tablet, everyone was shocked. Emperors have 6 lives, 5 proofs of immortality. Only 6 lives can be enlightened. It meant that the emperor here had used 6 lives to prove his Tao, and the 5 desolate graves in front of them were the graves of the previous 5 emperors. Although the records said that the great Tao of the 5 worlds had to be passed down, it was not easy to obtain the great Tao of the 5 worlds. It was also related to luck. Swish, everyone was looking at the tablet. At this moment, they saw Ji Xian, who had run away for a long time, flew back. Han Fei's eyes lit up and he shouted, "How dare you come back?" However, Ji Xian also shouted, "Han Fei, this place is weird. I am a human after all. Look behind you." Everyone couldn't help but look behind Ji Xian. After about 3 breaths of time, they saw that the electric ring that had just spread out was now beginning to shrink. The point was that not only did the electric ring shrink, but there was also a purple thunderbolt tribulation cloud above his head. "Hiss! Heavenly tribulation?" The kings exclaimed, and someone shouted, "Ji Xian, why did you bring the heavenly tribulation back?" Ji Xian scolded, "Do you think I brought it here?" Han Fei frowned. This purple thunderbolt was completely different from the one just now. If this thing didn't stop, how many people here could resist it? But the heavenly tribulation couldn't talk. When Ji Xian came back, he immediately put on a battle suit, carried a giant shield, and prepared to launch a secret method. Except for Ji Xian, everyone was the same when they saw the purple heavenly tribulation. Han Fei found it strange. Why would a heavenly tribulation appear here? Did the purple thunderbolt have to be a heavenly tribulation? Han Fei was fearless. Even a purple thunderbolt couldn't kill him. He might as well try it first. The lightning ring's range shrunk to only 500 kilometers. Then the lightning ring finally stopped because the entire ring was covered by the purple tribulation clouds. Rumble, boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the hair of the 20 kings were disheveled, and their battle suits were torn. When Han Fei was hit by a purple thunderbolt, his body went numb for almost a minute. But no matter how powerful the thunderbolt was, Han Fei felt that it was not as powerful as a heavenly tribulation. This thunderbolt contains the great Tao, but it's not so strong, and it's not destructive enough. Why? Only Han Fei was thinking about this question, because the others didn't think the purple thunderbolt was weak. One of the kings from the martial emperor city was even injured. The Snow Lady and the others all used the chaotic energy and the ultimate great Tao. Only Huang Jia was smart. He took out the Grand Supreme, purple smoke furnace, and went inside. When the Grand Supreme, purple smoke furnace appeared, except for the Snow Lady, Liang Yin, Su Lian, and Hong Yu were all speechless. So the Yin Yang Heaven and the 10,000 Poison Heaven had already formed an alliance? Chapter 2011. The so-called purple heavenly tribulation was actually much slower than the normal heavenly tribulation of the eternal lightning waterfall. On average, it would only strike 2 to 3 times in a breath of time. If it was in the eternal lightning waterfall, With the sky full of lightning striking at you, it wouldn't be a problem for you to strike more than 100 times in a breath of time. But even so, the kings did not dare to be careless, because the purple lightning showed no signs of drying up. Everyone was just paralyzed, one paralysis after another. It could be said that they were being restrained by the purple tribulation. Han Fei secretly activated the yin-yang millstone. In his heart, the yin-yang millstone was running. As long as the powerful purple lightning rushed into Han Fei's body, half of its power would be devoured by the yin-yang millstone and then transformed into the purest energy, flowing in Han Fei's body. The purity of this energy was much higher than that of a top-grade spirit stone. The main reason was that it had a high efficiency. In just 100 seconds, some transparent mucus appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body. This mucus was emitting a strong fragrance. All the kings couldn't help but look at Han Fei. What's wrong with this guy? Why did it smell so good? When they saw the mucus on Han Fei's body, they were shocked. Han Fei was training with the purple heavenly tribulation. The so-called mucus should be the impurities discharged from Han Fei's body. However, had the level of impurities reached such a high level? Apart from being a little sticky, it looked extremely sparkling and translucent. Not only did it not have any stench, it even had a fragrant aroma. Hong Yu decided that if he could get out this time, he would definitely break free from the grand pure infinity. Han Fei's potential was beyond his imagination. He had once seen the chaos heavens grand primordial heaven splitting. His body had been tempered to the phenomenal success stage, and the turbid fluids in his body had been expelled, leaving behind a faint stench. It could be seen that Tai Yuan's body refining was not as good as Han Fei's. Han Fei hadn't opened the sky yet. After all, it hadn't been long since he became a king. But this could show his potential even more. He hadn't opened the sky yet, but he was already like this. If one day Han Fei could open the sky, he would probably be able to compete with the grand pure Wuji. Even if they faced each other head-on, he wouldn't be afraid. Boom, puffed, cough, cough. While everyone was slightly distracted, the purple lightning fell and many people groaned. At the martial Emperor City side, there was a king. At this moment, he was already covered in blood, or rather, his entire body was covered in blood. Although Bai Yu was strong, but he could only control 3 tortoise-shell treasures to block the man. It was obvious that this person had just become an enlightened warrior. Otherwise, they would have more or less been able to withstand it. After all, while the purple lightning was powerful, after being struck a few more times, everyone realized that it wasn't as powerful as a true heavenly tribulation. Its destructive power was also slightly lacking. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, except for those who were wearing sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level battle suits. All the lords had changed their battle suits. Many of them had lost more than 30% of their vitality. They had already used up all of their stored resources. After 1.5 hours, the sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level battle suits on Han Fei and a few other kings began to shatter, and the energy of the kings was reduced by half on average. Among them, the giant beasts were a special case. The 4 giant beasts, perhaps because of their huge bodies, withstood the lightning bolts the whole time. Just like Han Fei, they must have benefited from their physique. After the time it took for 4 incense sticks to burn, he suddenly felt that the power of the purple lightning had increased by several times. Not good. Facing the suddenly strengthened purple lightning, the new enlightened warrior from the martial Emperor City couldn't withstand the 3 giant shields in front of him and finally exploded after 1.5 hours. Just when everyone thought this person was going to die, he flipped his hand and picked up another tortoiseshell. A defensive array appeared on the tortoiseshell, and more than 50,000 spiritual fruits around him were crushed and sucked into his mouth. Everyone was speechless. The people of the martial Emperor City were indeed rich. Because they weren't strong enough, they lost 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level shields in a row, but they still had other treasures. On the human side, Su Lian was the first to fail. Su Lian was the palace master of the god refining heaven. His soul power might be strong enough, but his body wasn't. The snow girls had ice armor, ice shield, and 10,000-year ice barrier. Huang Jia had the grand supreme, purple smoke furnace. Liang Yinin could distort the heavenly tribulation with her mysterious sound. Hong Yu was even more ridiculous. He was surrounded by 5 giant corpses, and only 1/6 of the power of the lightning could fall on him. Only Su Lian was still lacking in speed, and his body wasn't strong enough. However, after thinking for a while, Han Fei decided to save him. Just as Su Lian's body was cracking, thousands of dark steel pillars suddenly appeared around him. A large amount of purple lightning fell on these dark steel pillars, causing them to explode one after another. However, Su Lian was still safe and sound. Su Lian knew that Han Fei was saving him. Before he had time to thank him, he took out 10,000 spiritual fruits and ate them to recover. At the same time, a healing divine light descended, and Su Lian's injuries were slowly recovering. At the end of the 4th incense stick, the purple lightning suddenly dissipated. Apart from the newly ascended king from the martial emperor city, who seemed to be in a difficult situation, the others had all survived thanks to the help of their respective powerhouses. Clap, clap. Han Fei felt that his strength had improved a little. His strength should be thousands of times stronger. He patted the Grand Supreme, purple smoke furnace, and said, "Old Huang, come out." The lid of the Grand Supreme, purple smoke furnace flew up, and Huang Jia walked out calmly, without any injury. Huang Jia looked around and couldn't help but sigh. It's really different with a furnace. But Han Fei said, "Don't be too happy. This is just the beginning." The reason why he said that was because there was a strange sound in the sky. Liang Yin's expression changed greatly. Not good. The demonic sound of the heavenly law can invade one's divine soul, causing confusion and losing oneself. You must guard your divine soul. Otherwise, once you're confused by the demonic sound, your divine soul will shrink and wither. The kings looked at the 5 tombs and seemed to understand something. The venerable emperor had 5 lives, but none of them could achieve immortality. However, he didn't want the great path of his 5 lives to be cut off, so he needed an inheritance. The purple lightning just now was clearly not a heavenly tribulation, but it had the might of a Taoist charm. It was probably a great Tao, right? Immediately, everyone looked at each other. If that was the case, didn't it mean that someone had inherited the great path of thunder in the past half an hour? For a moment, everyone looked at the king of the martial emperor city who had been struck the most miserably. Everyone made it through, but this guy was the most miserable. Could it be that he was actually carrying the great path? The snow maiden replied, "He's most likely stabilizing himself. He just used 5 sea-quelling variant treasures and consumed over 300,000 spirit fruits, supreme-grade spirit stones, and countless chaotic energy. He's definitely not just trying to block the purple lightning tribulation." However, since that guy was from the martial emperor city, no one would touch him. Apart from everything else, the people of the martial emperor city had a lot of treasures. Bai Yu was one of the 8 kings of the martial emperor city and directly controlled the super resource store. Therefore, anyone who wanted to touch the martial emperor city had to consider their own strength and treasures. At this moment, the demonic sound of the heavenly law came. Liang Yin's flute appeared in her hand, and the sound of the flute refreshed the people of the human clan. The sound of Liang Yin's flute could make the divine soul extremely clear. A melody even appeared between their eyebrows to protect their divine soul. Huang Jia also threw an elixir to each of them. This is a soul-suppressing poison pill. It can protect the divine soul. By the way, will Hong Yu give it to you? Huang Jia looked at Han Fei, and Hong Yu immediately said, "Of course. The wild corpse heaven will never be a lackey of the grand pure realm. After we leave the imperial palace, we will definitely rebel against the grand pure realm." Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, then it's a deal. If you don't keep your promise, you have to think about the consequences. Han Yu nodded quickly. Of course. I will kill Ji Xian with my own hands when I have the chance. Han Fei didn't kill Hong Yu because he was the master of the wild corpse heaven after all. If he died, it would be troublesome to subdue the wild corpse heaven. So he might as well wait for him to take the wild corpse heaven with him, which would save him time and effort. Ji Xian glanced at Hong Yu coldly, which gave Hong Yu goosebumps all over. However, compared with Han Fei, Hong Yu didn't think it was a problem to offend Ji Xian at all. Light up! The frenzied demonic sound was getting louder and louder. But only half an hour later, on the side of the 100 Demons clan and the Seabed Human clan, besides Pang Jia and Zhou Bai, another king of the 100 Demons clan suddenly attacked Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai shouted, not good. He's crazy. Pang Jia slapped the clam demon, which buzzed, but the latter turned into a giant shell and spun like a blade, trying to kill Pang Jia. At this moment, Zhou Bai roared, Brother Pang, he's a wind demon. We have to kill him. The two kings joined hands and launched their strongest attacks in the demonic sound with bloodshot eyes. The combat ability of the crazy clam demon seemed to have plummeted. After only 5 seconds, it was destroyed by them. It couldn't even be reborn. The heavenly path's demonic sound swept across and annihilated it. This was the first king to die in the second round, and when this person died, Han Fei actually felt his blood and qi surging. Deep in his heart, killing intent overflowed. He stared at Ji Xian, and the latter was terrified, thinking that Han Fei was going to kill him. He took a few steps back while coughing up blood. Near the clam demon's death, an 8-eyed spider of the giant beast bloodline revealed its true form. Its body immediately expanded. If it wasn't for the fact that this space was only 250 miles wide, the entire lightning ring space would have been torn apart by the spider. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At first, the sky was full of spider silk, which swept everybody. Then sharp claws fell. The toad roared, 8 Eyes, wake up! You didn't listen to me when I told you that you weren't strong enough. Now, you've lost your mind just by listening to a sound. Clang, the spider's claws hit the toad's back, but the toad was fast enough and jumped away. The one-horned female dragon shouted, 8 Eyes has gone crazy. We can't let it live. After the 8-eyed spider went berserk, one of the merfolk royalty also lost his way and attacked Li Dian directly. Li Dian roared, kill all the lost ones. Chapter 2012. Han Fei thought his resistance to the demonic sound wasn't bad. It was mainly because Liang Yin's flute played a good protective role. All the clans died, but the human race was fine. However, the good times didn't last long. While resisting the heavenly demonic sound, they watched the giant beast named 8 Eyes being killed. Then the king of the mermaid royal family was also killed by Li Dian and the other two. On the martial emperor city's side, Bai Yu killed one person. 3 kings died in a row because of a sound. Han Fei felt that his head was dizzy, as if raging waves were hitting his soul, and his head was hurting. At the end of the day, it was just a headache. Wait for the lantern. Cuff, puff! Suddenly the flute stopped. Han Fei looked back, only to see Liang Yin bleeding from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Some kind of blue soul fire was jumping, and she was surrounded by musical notes. However, this protection still couldn't block the terrifying demonic sound of the heavenly path. Almost the moment Liang Yin's flute stopped, Qiu Yueming and Huang Jie's energy changed. When Han Fei looked, he saw Huang Jie took out a pile of pills and swallowed them. The next moment, chains appeared on his body. Huang Jie roared, soul lock with poison! Han Fei was shocked. Because of the demonic sound of the heavenly path, Huang Jie sealed his divine soul with great poison. As soon as Huang Jie said that, a big-headed doll appeared on Hong Yu's shoulder. The big-headed doll was pulling a string and murmured, fake death, soul control by string. Hong Yu's eyes were dull. The big-headed doll was actually a puppet that was controlling Huang Jie's body. They avoided the demonic sound of the heavenly path in this way. Because Su Lian was the master of the soul-refining heavenly palace, his divine soul was extremely powerful. His strength was reflected at this moment. The demonic sound of the heavenly path didn't shake him at all. The snow lady, wearing an ice crown and holding an ice staff, raised her hand to the sky. Ice seal, ice suppress all daos. Ice pillars rose from the snow lady's feet, like flowers blooming on the ground. In a moment, the snow lady was turned into an ice sculpture. Han Fei was surprised. None of the immortal masters of the heavenly palace were easy to deal with. Out of everyone here, only Qiu Yueming wasn't the immortal palace master. However, Qiu Yueming tried to burn his soul to resist the demonic voice. However, the killing intent on her body surged, and her eyes were bloodshot. She no longer blocked the heavenly demonic sound. Not good. Everything happened too fast. Han Fei immediately used the Apocalypse Divine art to try and save Qiu Yueming. However, Qiu Yueming came with his dual sabers. Blood gushed out from the blade. This was Qiu Yueming's weapon, blood-imbibing demon blade. When Qiu Yueming attacked, the blood-imbibing demon blade made Han Fei's blood flow unstable. At the same time, Han Fei felt a pillar in his mind attacking his soul. Roar! The 100-beast soul devouring roar burst out, and Han Fei's face instantly became clear, and many array patterns surrounded him. Bang! Resisting the demonic sound of heaven's path and slapping Qiu Yueming away, Han Fei looked solemn. Was the Apocalypse Divine art too late? Or had Qiu Yueming changed too thoroughly? With a thought, Han Fei activated the Great Path, and a strange stone was picked up by him. It was the gravitational magnetic stone he had obtained from the king crab. While Qiu Yueming was being sent flying, Han Fei flashed to her side in a golden flash and pressed down on Qiu Yueming with the gravitational force. Immediately, Qiu Yueming stopped moving, because she had to use all her strength to resist the gravitational force. This was a stone that had suppressed the king crab for more than 80,000 years. It could even suppress behemoths, let alone a person. Han Fei also felt the malice of the demonic sound of heaven's path. Since the Apocalypse Divine art couldn't save Qiu Yueming, he had to wait until the demonic sound of heaven's path was over. If it still didn't work, Qiu Yueming would have to kill or control. Qiu Yueming was temporarily suppressed, but Liang Yin was already kneeling on the ground. Liang Yin had released all the resources around her. Countless spiritual fruits were crushed and absorbed by her. Han Fei thought he could still save her, so he smashed the Apocalypse Divine art at Liang Yin. He could clearly feel Liang Yin's spirit being shaken, and she absorbed the resources around even faster. As for Han Fei, he was having a headache. It was very unlikely that the demonic sound of heaven's path could penetrate his soul. However, in order to prevent the heavenly demonic sound from suddenly exploding like the purple lightning just now, Han Fei took out a fishing rod and made 2 hooks in a row. Finally, he caught a soul-calming pill and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Bai Yu. Bai Yu was in charge of the super resource store. The moment the soul-calming pill appeared, he immediately recognized it. But where did Han Fei get the soul-calming pill from? Was it so casual? Han Fei stuffed the soul-calming pill into his mouth without thinking. Then he glanced at Bai Yu and didn't plan to explain. Let the others guess. In any case, he couldn't reveal his ability to fish from time. Who knew if Martial Emperor City had any connections with the people of the Temple of Time? As soon as the soul-calming pill entered his stomach, Han Fei felt his soul was clear, and the demonic sound of heaven's path was blocked. Just like that, after half an hour, the demonic sound of heaven's path came to an abrupt end. Immediately, everyone was relieved. Han Fei came to Qiu Yueming immediately and put away the gravitational force. Clank, clank. Unfortunately, the moment Han Fei put away the gravitational force, Qiu Yueming attacked with all her strength. Her double blades hit Han Fei. Although Han Fei was hit, he tried to trap Qiu Yueming with a void line. But as soon as the void line touched Qiu Yueming's soul, Han Fei instantly felt that his soul was shaking, as if a weird power was trying to pollute his soul. Pooh! Instantly, the Tao Convergence sword was activated. Han Fei killed Qiu Yueming himself. Huang Jie, Su Lian, and the others had just woken up. Seeing this, their hearts sank. Han Fei didn't blame himself at all. He said she's hopeless. What a pity! Then Han Fei looked at Liang Yin. What happened? Liang Yin said to everyone, inheritance. The inheritance of Tao. I learned a lot just now. My strength has increased by at least 50%. I guess the guy in the Wu Emperor city was in the same situation as me. Snow Lady said, but 5 kings died this time. Everybody was shocked. This venerable emperor killed 5 people just to pass on his Tao. No wonder Snow Lady and the others said they had to wait for the sun, moon, and stars to come out. It seemed that this place was indeed dangerous, but there was also the Golden Arm outside. If they stayed outside, the Golden Arm could kill most people here. There was no chance of survival. Huang Jie said, what's important is not that 5 people died. It's that this is the second Tao. There are 3 more graves over there. At this moment, the human race had the most people left. Including Han Fei and Ji Xian, there were 7 survivors. The 100 demons and the sea human race each had 1 survivor. The Wu Emperor city had 3 survivors. The mermaid royal family had 3 survivors. The giant beast clan had 3 survivors. There were 17 in total. Including those who came in the past 2 days, there were 27 kings in total. In just a few days, 10 of them had died. It was not an exaggeration to say that the imperial palace only had a slim chance of survival. According to the law of survival, there were only 3 people who could survive this time. Bai Yu said, Han Fei, if we can leave this place, can you and I restrain that golden arm together? Han Fei asked, can you maintain the combat power of the heaven-opening state? Bai Yu shook his head. No. 5 minutes is the most I can do. Han Fei said, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of that golden arm. If I really go out, the probability of me dying is almost the same. The toad behemoth said, everyone, let's not worry about whether we are enemies or not. This is only the second Tao. What about the third one? Ji Xian also said, Han Fei, in order to chase me, so many people died. Is it worth it? Han Fei sneered. Do you think I'm chasing you? However, Zhou Bai suddenly said, stop. Did you see anything? The kings. The petite squid woman of the giant beast clan, except for the toad and the one-eyed female dragon, said, I seem to have seen something too. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. What was it? Pucci. Immediately, everyone looked at the humans. Han Fei also looked in Hong Yu's direction, and Hong Yu also looked at his left hand. He felt that his body seemed to have suddenly become lighter. However, when everyone looked at him, they found that one of Hong Yu's arms and the upper part of his waist and abdomen were broken and falling. Huang Jie said, no, old Hong, your lower half is cut off. Hong Yu. In everyone's vision, Hong Yu's upper body was sliding to one side from his ribs. Hong Yu's body had been cut off at some point. Corpse king possession. At that moment, Hong Yu was horrified. When was he cut off? Why didn't he feel anything? Hong Yu's body suddenly dried up. He grabbed his lower half of his thigh with his left hand and moved his upper body. His blood vessels intertwined like worms, restoring his body. Hong Yu's reaction was fast enough, but everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Hong Yu's body seemed to be cut by a sharp net. Bloody lines appeared all over his body, and he was cut into countless small pieces. However, these small pieces did not fall for the time being. Hiss! The kings were all horrified. What the hell is this? Isn't it too fast? Bai Yu shouted. It's speed, the extreme speed in the normal world. This has always been just a guess. I didn't expect it to really exist. While Bai Yu was surprised, Han Fei had already smashed at Hong Yu with an apocalyptic divine technique. Hong Yu, who had not been cut into countless pieces, was hit by the healing divine light, and the bloody lines all over his body disappeared almost instantly. Hong Yu was horrified. The moment he felt the apocalyptic divine technique, he almost cried. It was all thanks to Han Fei's help. Otherwise, he would have died. Chapter 2013. Fuse. When Hong Yu was cut for the second time, Han Fei immediately fused with Little Black and Little White. Not just Han Fei, but everyone else did the same. They all put on their battle suits, activated their Tao, fused with their spiritual beasts, covered themselves with spiritual energy, and began to pay attention to the changes around them. Perhaps it was because Ji Xian was alone that he was targeted, although he had fused with his spiritual beast at the first moment. Although he also fused with his spiritual beasts, the three-tailed crabfish's tail was cut into pieces as if it were a piece of paper. Ji Xian had an idea and shouted, "Big scissors, heavenly serpent spin!" Ji Xian's heavenly serpent scissors were split into two and spun quickly, trying to protect Ji Xian. But even so, this method couldn't protect his whole body. Besides, he was facing a mysterious creature that was extremely fast. He was almost at the mercy of the enemy. Puff, 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 a series of piercing sounds rang out, and the king saw Ji Xian's body shattering. From beginning to end, he didn't even see his enemy clearly. Ji Xian, who had always thought that he was strong enough to enter the top 10 of the ocean expansion list, was cut crazily like a target at this moment. Without Han Fei's help, there was only a pile of fragments left in the blink of an eye. But a ball of soul fire appeared, and Ji Xian tried to shake the surroundings with his soul. However, in everyone's eyes, the soul fire was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye, like a broad leaf swept by a storm. Ji Xian's soul was also destroyed. Hong Yu was horrified. Hong Yu was horrified. If Han Fei had come to his rescue 1 second later, wouldn't he have been dead? At this moment, Ji Xian's voice echoed, "Han Fei, boy, this is only the third Tao. I can't resist it, but can you? I just left 1 step earlier than you. The Yin-Yang heaven is not invincible after all." However, as soon as Ji Xian said that, Han Fei said, "At least this thing can't hurt me. Besides, I can reverse time. Do you think Xian Qingzi and He Dao Yuan can find me? Haha, don't let me go." Ah, Han Fei. Ji Xian was filled with hatred. It was Han Fei who suddenly attacked him and Zhou Fu. It was Han Fei who forced him to escape into the eternal thunder purgatory. It was Han Fei who forced him to enter this 5 graves ground. He hated that he didn't kill Han Fei when he was weak. He hated that the ancestral patriarch paid too much attention to the sword god's 4 palaces and ignored Han Fei. It was not until the moment Ji Xian died that he heard Han Fei's mockery that he felt indescribably complicated. At this critical moment, Han Fei and the others had no time to pay attention to the conflict between Ji Xian and Han Fei. The layers of ice barriers set up by the snow maidens had mostly been shattered. Thankfully, there were many kings on the human side. Although they were still cut into pieces in an instant, they weren't dead yet, because the ice barriers and sound barriers were still protecting them. Han Fei turned around and cast a heavenly awakening divine technique. And Han Fei, of course, also encountered this thing that was rushing at him. Even though Han Fei had fused with Little Black and Little White, all he could see was a 1-foot-long black shadow. At first, Han Fei didn't block it with the power of time. When the thing stabbed into Han Fei's body, it slowed down and revealed itself. Only then did Han Fei see what it looked like. It turned out to be a knife as thin as a cicada's wing and as thin as a chopstick. Information appeared in his eyes. Name Ultimate Blade. Introduction. A magical blade made of the pure great path of speed and the natural treasure, unobstructed, mystic crystal. It can avoid all the barriers in the void and achieve extreme speed in the main space. The Ultimate Blade is extremely sharp with its speed. Nothing under the level of a divine weapon can resist it. Quality, inferior quality divine weapon, spirit attachment, light, sparrow, effect, unobstructed, recastable, unrefined. Remark, a inferior quality divine weapon shouldn't recognize its master easily. In fact, Han Fei only glanced at the information for a second. Because he didn't have time to stop, the Ultimate Blade pierced through his body. Yes, ever since he became a king, no one had been able to cut through his flesh. Only this blade could actually pierce through him. Although it took about a second or so, it was still a fact that it was penetrated. If this Ultimate Blade could pierce through him, it meant that even he couldn't resist it. However, with the speed of this Ultimate Blade, it was easy for it to hit him, but it was impossible for it to cut him. When this Ultimate Blade tried to cut him for the second time, the time in front of Han Fei twisted, and his palm was covered by the infinity water, which instantly clasped the Ultimate Blade. Puff! However, in the barrier of time, the Ultimate Blade, like a swimming fish, suddenly accelerated in the distorted time, broke through time, and cut off his palm at the same time. The infinity water was cut open by this thing. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Although the infinity water was water, it was still an ultra-quality, sea-quelling, bizarre treasure, only one step away from becoming a divine weapon. However, just now, the Ultimate Blade jumped in the distorted time that he performed. It was obvious that it could cut through time. Han Fei seemed to suddenly understand something. Since this Ultimate Blade had reached the limit of speed, it should have reached the speed of light. At that level, it could jump into the river of time by itself. Besides, the Ultimate Blade was a pure part of the great path of speed, so it might not be affected by time. At most, it could block it for a while. When it slipped away from Han Fei's hand for the second time, the Ultimate Blade didn't come again. Because it had a soul attached to it, it could naturally tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Han Fei's Ultimate Blade was very durable, and it was possible that he would be killed. Therefore, the Ultimate Blade ignored Han Fei and this group of people and went directly to Pang Jia of the 100 Demons clan and Zhou Bai of the Sea Human clan. There were the least people here, so it should be possible. Looking at the Ultimate Blade that slipped away from him, Han Fei's hand was covered with healing divine light, and the broken hand was quickly reconnected. Seeing Han Fei's behavior of grabbing the Ultimate Blade with his bare hand, Liang Yin and the others were all speechless. Han Fei is such a freak. Can he even grab such an invisible thing? They had almost been caught by him. Now, all of them could see that it was a thin and long blade that looked like a chopstick. Clang, however, on Pang Jia's side, unexpectedly, Pang Jia used some kind of secret technique and turned into his original body. A halo flowed on his shell like a rotating nebula, and the Ultimate Blade couldn't cut through it at all. In order to have an ally, Pang Jia naturally protected Zhou Bai. Therefore, this time, the two of them were completely fine. After a series of clangs, the Ultimate Blade couldn't cut through Pang Jia's shell even after thousands of cuts. Pang Jia immediately gave up. At this moment, Liang Yin suddenly shouted, "Han Fei, it's looking for someone who suits it. Let him hibernate or resonate with it. Maybe you can get the great path of speed." Huh. Han Fei was taken aback. So that's how it is? Now, that thing had already found the toad and the one-horned female dragon. The toad shouted crazily, "Return to your original body, hurry up! It will take a long time for this little thing to cut us to death. We can buy time to recover." As soon as the toad said that, it expanded rapidly. At the same time, the one-horned female dragon and the cuttlefish girl also expanded. The Ultimate Blade seemed to know that these giant beasts were difficult to deal with. Therefore, it only made a small hole in the toad's shell and slashed at the marshaled arch city side. Seeing Bai Yu take out a jade slip, Han Fei thought to himself, The martial arts city has many treasures. I can't be subdued by you. This ultimate blade was very powerful. If he could inherit the ultimate blade's pure great path of speed, it would be equivalent to obtaining a divine technique similar to the Golden Light Leap. How could Han Fei give up? With a whoosh, he unleashed the Golden Light Leap, deliberately displaying the special characteristic of the Golden Light Leap that allowed it to arrive in an instant. When Han Fei barged into the martial Emperor city's camp, he saw his silhouette flickering in the air, leaving hundreds of afterimages in an instant. This was the instant flash without any obstacles. Han Fei had already learned this ability after he integrated the phantom glass wings into his body. As expected, the ultimate blade was immediately attracted by Han Fei. Although the ultimate blade was a weapon, it was composed of pure great path of speed. Therefore, it didn't seem inappropriate to call it the Great Path of Speed. Now he finally realized that the reason why people died here was because these great paths were simply invincible. Therefore, those who came before had basically all died. The Snow Maidens and the others still had the same mindset when they first entered the Imperial Palace. At that time, they had just become monarchs. Of course, they wouldn't be able to return. If they wanted to create the ultimate blade when they had just become monarchs, wouldn't they all die? Later on, although the Imperial Palace also allowed monarchs to enter, there were very few who could resist these great paths. This also caused this place to become a so-called dangerous place. In fact, these great paths were just looking for an inheritor. Previously, Han Fei only wanted to grab the ultimate blade and didn't show his talent in speed. Therefore, the ultimate blade didn't recognize him at all. Now that Han Fei's Golden Light Leap appeared, it was as if the ultimate blade had found a good friend. How could it not come? Chapter 2014. Liang Yin obtained the heavenly demonic sound, and the man from the martial Emperor city obtained the power of purple thunder, which might be the great way of thunder. Although the two of them didn't show it, Liang Yin said that her strength had increased by about 50%. Of course, Liang Yin's claim of a 50% increase could also be due to her previous strength being relatively weak. But in any case, Han Fei felt that if he could get the ultimate blade, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It could be said that with the ultimate blade, he would be invincible in the same realm. Maybe some people could barely resist it if they were prepared. But what if they were unprepared? Who could resist the ultimate blade? Swish, 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 swish. Since he was trying to lure the ultimate blade, Han Fei didn't want to defeat it by fighting. Instead, he flashed crazily, almost at his fastest speed. However, although the phantom glass wings could appear almost infinitely, as long as he appeared and disappeared, he couldn't avoid the ultimate blade. While Han Fei was flashing, his body had been pierced by the ultimate blade 7 or 8 times. It seemed that this kind of flashing ability couldn't lure the ultimate blade, which was about to go elsewhere to find the inheritance. However, Han Fei's Golden Light Leap immediately attracted the ultimate blade again. Even when Han Fei performed the Golden Light Leap, the Infinity Blade actually chased him into the void. This kind of leap was not as simple as escaping into the void, but leaping forward in the form of a spatial node that light could reach. The ultimate blade seemed to be quite curious about Han Fei's speed, so it directly chased after him. It didn't slow down at all and flew all the way here. Han Fei, on the other hand, leaped over. Because the ultimate blade didn't know where Han Fei was going, it could only chase after Han Fei after he appeared, which made it slow down. That was probably why the ultimate blade was so curious about Han Fei. Puff! As soon as Han Fei appeared, he was pierced through, and this time a large amount of essence blood was taken away, about half of it. Han Fei was shocked. At this rate, his essence blood would be drained after 20 times. The ultimate blade was so fast that 20 times was very fast for it. Therefore, Han Fei activated the heavenly opening divine technique, gathered the invincible will around him, and forcibly slowed down the frequency of the ultimate blade piercing him. From being able to suck blood 20 times in an instant, he could only suck blood 3 times in a single breath. But even so, even with the heavenly awakening divine art, he didn't have enough qi and blood. Han Fei only held on for 5 seconds before he really started to run, because he had to. The ultimate blade seemed to be recognizing its master. His essence blood had been drained, and he was only left with 30%. If he wanted to recover, he needed some time. So Han Fei immediately activated the Gemini divine technique, and the white mist continued to run. However, the body of white mist would definitely be killed off quickly, while the body of black mist waved his fishing rod and fished for time in the void. That was because the ultimate blade had only appeared for a short period of time, just a few dozen breaths ago. Therefore, it wasn't very difficult to fish the ultimate blade. He only used it twice before a fake ultimate blade appeared. With a thought from Han Fei, the 2 ultimate blades began a battle of limits, and Han Fei escaped into reality, Gemini as one, and immediately performed the heavenly awakening divine technique. At the same time, tens of thousands of spiritual fruits around him collapsed at the same time to produce blood for himself. But the others didn't understand, wondering if Han Fei had already recovered that knife. Clank, 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 then they saw that there seemed to be 2 things flashing past in the air, fighting each other and colliding with each other, making sounds. An invisible battle seemed to have broken out around Han Fei, and Han Fei himself stood in it, crazily devouring spiritual fruits. Qi and blood surged in his body, and in just more than 20 seconds, his qi and blood overflowed from his body and soared into the sky. At this moment, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he directly mobilized the ultimate blade that he could control to stab himself. Puff, 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 his surging qi and blood were rapidly decreasing, and in less than 2 seconds, the overflowing qi and blood had disappeared. After another 2 seconds, Han Fei felt that the ultimate blade had established a connection with him. Han Fei was a king of body tempering, and the thickness and richness of his qi and blood were incomparable to that of ordinary kings. Moreover, Han Fei's bloodline level was extremely high, and the blood recognition was naturally related to the bloodline level, so it wasn't very difficult for him to do so. Therefore, when the ultimate blade pierced through Han Fei's body for the last time, it could never come out again, because it belonged to Han Fei. Han Fei felt that he suddenly understood a lot of truths in his mind. He felt like a ray of light, and light was walking in reality. The essence of reality, and the void was that the void depended on reality, just like one was the outer skin and the other was the inner skin. The void was a part of reality. What didn't belong to reality was the endless void. The endless void broke through the outer skin and inner skin and went to an unexplorable place. After entering, there was only endless nothingness and darkness left. Therefore, Han Fei's previous understanding that reality and the void were a transition from one world to another was wrong. The relationship between reality and the void was like a thick layer of green sac under the skin of a watermelon. Therefore, the so-called tearing open the void was actually just opening up a layer of skin. But it was much more difficult to open the endless void. Ordinary strength would not be able to cut open the endless void. It was just like how the green sac of a watermelon was very thick. If one wanted to cut open the endless void, they would have to break the inner and outer skin. Therefore, more strength was needed, and the cut had to be deeper. And these only strengthened Han Fei's understanding of reality and the void. If he wanted to run as fast as the ultimate blade, according to his own understanding, he had to transform into a Tao. Turning himself into a part of the speed was a way to transform into a Tao. Han Fei was even amazed. If this was possible, it would almost open a new door for him. He didn't know how many Taos he had and whether he could transform into all of them. This reminded Han Fei of when he was on the Scattered Stars Island in the Yin-Yang Heaven. He heard that the Sea King transformed into a Tao and blessed billions of creatures in the sea with his body as a Tao. But now it seemed that it was *T. Maybe that was what was written in the book. But how many creatures could he bless? That was obviously a problem. because transforming into a Tao could only transform into a Tao that he owned, and he couldn't transform into any Tao. The so-called Tao of incarnation was actually a kind of Tao in the state of his own consciousness. For example, the yin-yang Tao and the supreme yin-yang wheel were equivalent to a form of Tao transformation. For example, the invincible path and the invincible golden body were equivalent to a form of Tao transformation. Of course, if he wanted to completely transform into Tao, Han Fei needed to transform himself into a Tao. At this time, Han Fei seemed to understand that transforming into a Tao didn't mean that he would die. He could still transform back after that. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to test it at this moment. Anyway, he got another low-quality divine weapon. This was already the second one, and he received an additional Tao. If it weren't for the fact that the water essence of the infinity water didn't seem to be enough, the infinity water might also be promoted to a low-quality divine weapon. What a pity. Phew, when Han Fei opened his eyes and smiled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Han Fei had taken this one. At this time, they would rather Han Fei took the inheritance of this Tao. Otherwise, it would be too horrible. It would be a massacre. Even if he could resist for 1 or 2 seconds, he couldn't resist for 10 or 8 seconds. Look at Ji Xian, one of the top 10 on the sea expansion list in the chaotic ocean. Even if it was just a little bit off, it wasn't much. In front of that small knife, it was nothing. It could cut him to death, just like that. The luckiest one was Hong Yu. He had exchanged 500 million resources for his life. If Han Fei hadn't performed the heavenly awakening divine technique on him, he would have been the first to die. However, no one dared to relax because this was only the third Tao. The Venerable Emperor was going to impart 5 Tao in a row, but the third Tao was already so dangerous. How dangerous would the next 2 be? After Han Fei obtained this Tao, no one dared to relax for a moment. They still fused with their spiritual beasts and even activated their secret methods. After only a dozen seconds, all of a sudden, everyone felt their bodies go limp. It was as if infinite gravity had been imposed on their bodies. Even Han Fei felt that his body was tense, as if the sky had collapsed. This time, the 3 people from the behemoth bloodline had just returned to the form of a giant beast. The toad had just returned to its giant beast form. Although it wasn't in its complete form, it was still big enough. However, the toad fell directly to the ground, bleeding all over, and his flesh was falling apart. At that moment, he chose to return to his human form. But even so, when he recovered, he had turned into a bloody mess. Fortunately, kings had the power of regeneration. As long as he was not dead, it was very easy for him to recover. Learning from the toad, the one-horned female flood dragon and the cuttlefish girl also turned into human forms. Only then did everyone see that above their heads a huge palm, which almost covered the entire space, was slapping down. Therefore, everyone only felt that the pressure on their bodies was increasing crazily. Huang Jia cursed, "Are you going to kill us? Are you not going to let go of those who have already inherited the Tao?" However, Liang Yin suddenly said, "No, that knife didn't hit me just now. Among all of you, I'm the only one who didn't get hit." The young man from the martial Emperor City also said, "Although the heavenly demonic sound is strong, it doesn't seem to have a deep impact on my soul. It's not exaggerated to the point where I'm going crazy." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. So, those who had received the inheritance could actually avoid the other Tao inheritances? Didn't this mean that the next 2 Tao, which were more difficult, had to be inherited by those who hadn't received the Tao inheritances? Chapter 2015. The sky-covering hand was slowly descending, but the toad shouted, "The power of this hand is too great. I fell to the ground with a bang just now, and my flesh has been smashed into pieces." The one-horned female flood dragon said, "Let me have a try." The female flood dragon flew up and waved her tail. She turned into a shadow of a flood dragon in the air, and a sharp metal aura burst out. Her giant tail soared up to the sky. Bam, there were two consecutive collisions. The first one was from the tail of the one-horned female flood dragon, and the second one was from the explosion of her giant tail. Pooh! The one-horned female flood dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, but her power had slightly shaken the sky-covering giant hand. Everyone saw the giant hand pause for a moment. Although the time was very short, not even half a second, at least the power of the giant hand was not unshakable. While everyone was surprised by the power of the giant hand, Han Fei frowned slightly. The female flood dragon didn't seem to use her real strength. Could it be that she didn't want this path? At this time, everyone already knew that the so-called crisis was actually the inheritance of the Great Path. They just didn't know about the thunder test, or rather, they didn't understand it and were very passive. Later, they really couldn't subdue the heavenly demonic sound and the ultimate blade. But this time they could see it. It was more like a struggle of power. This was the fourth path. If they could get the inheritance of the Great Path, wouldn't their strength be doubled? So at this time someone had an idea. The one-horned female flood dragon was defeated. Pang Jia of the 100 Demons transformed into an old turtle. His turtle shell flashed with red light and soared to the sky. Dong, in terms of defense, Pang Jia had just blocked thousands of attacks from the ultimate blade, which was enough to prove his strength. Pang Jia's strength was completely different from that of the one-horned female flood dragon. He seemed to have resisted the giant hand. But good things didn't last. Pang Jia only managed to hold on for 5 breaths of time. With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared on his tortoiseshell. Immediately, Pang Jia became dispirited and fell. Unlike normal kings, the tortoise's tortoiseshell was affected by the heaven and earth array. Recovering it was not easy. Pang Jia didn't have the support of Han Fei's apocalyptic divine technique. So when he found that he couldn't resist it, he immediately retreated. At the very least, he could preserve his strength and give himself some time to recover. If there was really no one here who could stop him, he would still end up in his hands in the end. At this moment, Li Jian of the Merfolk royal family suddenly met the attack. Compared to Pang Jia, Li Dian's attack was much more ferocious. Li Jian held the harpoon in his hand and was surrounded by waves of water. He faced the heavenly palm with one hand, and it seemed that he wanted to compete in strength. Boom! There was another loud bang. Li Jian was on par with Pang Jia, and he actually single-handedly blocked this sky-covering hand. Roar! 10,000 tides, the great tides of the vast sea. At that moment, it was as if layers upon layers of waves surged into the sky, spanning more than 300 miles, one wave after another, surging violently. In fact, in terms of strength, no one here was stronger than Han Fei. However, if this hand represented strength, no one here could resist it except Han Fei, right? If the power of thunder was the great Tao of Emperor's first reincarnation, then according to the order, this great Tao of strength should be the great Tao of Emperor's fourth reincarnation, and it was very likely to be the third strongest great Tao of him, even stronger than the great Tao of speed that Han Fei had obtained. If it was really so strong, Li Jian couldn't resist it. Sure enough, Han Fei's guess was confirmed. Although Li Jian seemed to be strong, he only persisted for 2 minutes longer than Pang Jia duo. Bam! After 2 minutes, Pang Jia's arm was deformed and finally exploded. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Han Fei. Bai Yu said, "Han Fei, why don't you try to have 2 great Taos at the same time?" The martial Emperor City knew Han Fei very well. According to their intelligence, Han Fei's body refining level was even stronger than that of the Grand Essence stage, and his explosive power was even stronger. Bai Yu didn't have the ability to resist this sky-covering hand, so he naturally counted on Han Fei. Seeing that the sky-covering hand was getting lower and lower, the pressure on Ultimate King was getting heavier and heavier. If he was completely suppressed by this hand, apart from the 3 of them who had obtained the inheritance, everyone else would die. Even if they obtained the inheritance, they might not die. If that was the case, Did it mean that no one had come here in the past 10,000 years and no one had obtained the inheritance? Old Huang Jia smiled gently. It seems that in the end, we all have to rely on you. Su Lian couldn't help laughing at himself. You are indeed worthy of the title of King of Humanity. I didn't expect that in the end, you will bear all the responsibility. Hearing this, everyone remembered that Han Fei considered himself to be the king of humanity. Su Lian, Liang Yin, and Hong Yu all found that Han Fei was actually quite easy to talk to. As long as he admitted defeat, it would not be a big deal. Han Fei didn't want to argue with him. What he was afraid of was those who refused to admit defeat and insisted on fighting. For example, Tai Ching Wuji had repeatedly attacked the Yin Yang Heaven and tried all kinds of means to kill Han Fei. How could they not kill him? Therefore, as soon as Zhou Fu and Ji Xian appeared, Han Fei directly exploded and killed them. 2 overlords who were at least in the top 20 of the chaotic ocean had died just like that. Wasn't it just a gift? As for Han Fei himself, he actually wanted this great path. Fortuitous encounters and treasures couldn't be obtained by others because their abilities were limited, so it was impossible for them to obtain fortuitous encounters. Although it was good to pick them up by luck, most of the time, both luck and strength had to be taken into account. Otherwise, these fortuitous encounters wouldn't be fortuitous encounters, but a path to disaster. Therefore, Han Fei summoned the infinity water to protect himself. Then the great path was activated. With a low roar, the Dharma idol appeared. Everyone saw a giant rising, and Han Fei was standing on the head of the Dharma idol. At this moment, Han Fei and the Dharma idol both did the same action, blocking the sky-covering hand with both hands. 2 muffled sounds rang out consecutively, and the sky-covering hand stopped. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths. Just when everyone thought that Han Fei would be able to withstand this attack, they heard a crack and saw some cracks appear on the Dharma image. Then the kings saw the center of Han Fei's eyebrows split open. The invincible eye opened, and his body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. At this point, Han Fei's power had exceeded 1 million waves. Boom! Crack! The earth was cracking, and the Dharma idol seemed to be pressed into the ground by that terrible power. The battle of strength between the 2 sides made the kings tremble. On the martial Emperor City side, when Bai Yu saw the Dharma idol, he felt that Han Fei's Dharma idol seemed to be more powerful. He guessed that the firmament Dharma idol performed by different people was different. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he didn't get any Tao of strength, but he felt that the Tao of strength seemed to be able to integrate with the Tao of gravity. As it happened, he knew both of these Taos. Therefore, Han Fei used the Tao of gravity to reverse gravity, but it was still a little difficult. This could only mean that the 4th Imperial Emperor's understanding of the Tao of gravity was stronger than his. However, Han Fei didn't gain nothing. For a long time, he hadn't been able to really integrate with the Dharma idol. However, under the power of the sky-covering giant hand, his physical body was merging with the Dharma world. Or rather, his body was being squeezed into the inside of the Dharma idol. Logically speaking, the Dharma idol was his enlarged body. But Han Fei and the Dharma idol were separated. Maybe it was because he had cultivated the firmament Dharma idol in advance. But in any case, now Han Fei felt that he was merging with the Dharma idol bit by bit. With the Dharma idol as one, his strength would definitely be further improved, so Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He even felt that his strength was still a little bit lacking. Then, Han Fei swallowed another 5th-level Tao pattern pill. However, it was a pity that the 5th-level Tao pattern pill could no longer provide him with several times the strength. It could only barely increase Han Fei's temporary strength by about 80,000 waves. But at this time, every bit of strength was good. Han Fei's body was gradually squeezed into the Dharma idol. Below, old man Huang Jia couldn't help but be amazed. He is also a king. Everyone knew what Huang Jia meant. They all exclaimed in their hearts, yes, Han Fei was just a king now. If Han Fei could open the sky, how strong would he be? Were he Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen so strong before they opened the sky? Don't be ridiculous. They all became kings together at the beginning. Although the masters of the immortal palace didn't say it, didn't they know who was stronger and who was weaker? With Han Fei's current strength, no one in the Pioneer Sea realm could rival him. The giant beast clan. The toad giant beast side. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If I had known, I would have joined hands with him. The one-horned female flood dragon asked, "What do you mean?" "I won't tell you." Pang Jia and Zhou Bai looked awful. The stronger Han Fei was, the more danger they would be in. But at this moment, they didn't dare to disturb Han Fei. Because if Han Fei didn't collapse, they would also be finished. They could only hope that Han Fei would be seriously injured or find a way to run away. About half an hour later, Han Fei had completely merged into the Dharma idol body. As soon as Han Fei entered the Dharma idol body, his body naturally fell between the two ribs on the chest of this Dharma idol body. It was a kind of harmonious feeling. It was a combination of power. Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to have skyrocketed by 30%. He didn't know whether it was the power of the Dharma idol, his own power, or the power of the combination of the two. However, the sacrificing punch suddenly erupted. Dong, the terrifying power, shook the heads of the kings and made them buzz. They were directly hit by the strongest impact, and many people vomited blood. However, when they looked up at the sky again, the sky-covering palm was gone. Only a huge Dharma idol was left, shrouded in invincible will, shining with golden light like a giant god. Chapter 2016. Of the 5 inheritances, Han Fei had already taken 2. Everyone's hearts shook. They wanted the next inheritance to be theirs, but they also hoped that Han Fei would be able to take the next inheritance. Of course, the people of the seabed and the 100 demons didn't want Han Fei to take the last inheritance. Not to mention that after Han Fei obtained the inheritance, their safety would not be guaranteed. Han Fei had obtained the inheritances of the venerable emperor one after another. If this continued, who could stop Han Fei? Just look at the powerhouses of Tai Ching Palace and Wuji Heaven who were against Han Fei. They killed without hesitation and without hesitation. Would they be afraid of the 100 Demon Clan and the Seabed Human Clan at all if they were afraid of the Human Clan? Zhou Bai and Pang Jiao exchanged glances. Both of them knew that no matter what, they had to either attack or find a way to escape. There was no third option. What everyone didn't know was that Han Fei didn't actually inherit the Tao of Power, because Han Fei felt that he could block the so-called Tao of Power. It was only because he had not reached the limits of the sea opening realm. Perhaps in terms of strength, he was not inferior to the 4th reincarnation of the Venerable Sovereign. Therefore, the path of strength this time was only to help him completely merge with Dharma World. From now on, if he used Dharma World to fight, his strength would increase by 30%. However, Di Zun's 4th reincarnation had chosen the path of strength, which meant that he had chosen the path of body refining. Moreover, judging from the power just now, Di Zun's 4th reincarnation was comparable to him in terms of power. It was hard to say if he would be stronger than him at the peak of sea opening, but at least he would be stronger than his current self. Therefore, 2 questions arose in Han Fei's mind. First of all, even with this kind of body-refining strength, he still couldn't prove his Tao in the end, so why would he need to go on a 5th reincarnation? Secondly, after experiencing the 3 great ways, the Venerable Emperor chose the school of body refining, which meant that he must have pondered it over and over again. If he didn't have absolute confidence at the beginning of his cultivation, how could he choose this path? If nothing unexpected happened, then the time consumed by the school of body refinement would absolutely be much longer than the time taken by the other grandas. These 2 questions made Han Fei wonder if body tempering alone was not enough to achieve immortality. As the saying goes, we must stand on the shoulders of giants. If our predecessors have any proof, we should use it as proof and research. He had to find a way to know the pros and cons of the body refining school. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what would happen if this road was abandoned. So, what kind of way did the fifth incarnation of Venerable Sovereign walk? After all, this Venerable Sovereign had attained immortality in his sixth life. He must have comprehended the true meaning of immortality in his fifth life. Han Fei vaguely felt that this was the real meaning of the existence of the imperial palace. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. His trip to the depths of the eternal lightning prison was not in vain. Just as Han Fei was waiting for the fifth path to appear, the space began to tremble slightly. The 5 graves were approaching each other, and slowly the 5 graves merged into one, turning into a strange scene of 1 grave and 1 tablet. Bang! Just as everyone was on guard against a 5th road, they suddenly saw a protrusion on the grave. Holy **T. Even Han Fei was shocked. The toad exclaimed, "No way! Was it not enough to leave behind a few great das? Now, you still want to keep one alive?" The cuttlefish girl said, "It can't be alive. Only the 6th incarnation can be a venerable sovereign. How can it still be alive?" The one-horned female flood dragon said, "The imperial palace has appeared here and wants to keep everything. I'm afraid that even the venerable sovereign himself may have died." Han Fei said, "Then it must be a corpse that has come back to life. Hong Yu, your mad corpse heaven is good at controlling corpses. Is it easy to defeat a corpse of this level?" Hong Yu shook his head like a rattle and said, "This must be the ultimate Tao of the venerable sovereign. If this corpse comes back to life, I'm afraid no one here can suppress it." Bai Yu asked, "It's just a corpse that has opened the sky. No one can suppress it?" Hong Yu said, "It's not as simple as opening the sky. This is a corpse that is most likely to lead to the venerable sovereign. Besides, only my mad corpse heaven knows how terrifying corpse puppets are. A real corpse is invincible, let alone this one." Huang Jie said, "Don't panic. My god-killing demon poison can melt everything. Maybe we can try it." They saw that the soil on the grave seemed to be pushed up by something. It was like a human hand, and the kings were all shocked. They just hoped that the situation where many kings were wiped out at once wouldn't happen. Because at this time, the few people who were still alive, except for Han Fei and the underwater humans and the 100 demons, had almost no hostile relationship, so everyone should live in peace. Puff! Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. With a puff, they saw something as thick as an arm sticking out of the grave. Then the kings all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not an arm. A bronze-colored tree branch stretched out from the grave. Why was it a tree branch? Naturally, it was because there were 2 tender bronze leaves hanging on it. However, in everyone's eyes, this bronze branch was growing vigorously. In less than 2 seconds, it had grown 4 or 5 times in size. 3 seconds later, it was nearly 2 meters tall. 10 seconds later, it reached a height of more than 20 meters, and everyone saw various strange lines begin to appear on the trunk. When the number was bigger, Bai Yu shouted in a low voice, "Tao pattern!" Han Fei and Bai Yu recognized it almost at the same time. The existence of the Tao pattern let Han Fei know that this thing was definitely of high level. After 100 breaths, this place was already more than 500 meters tall. With a pum sound, a green curtain of light swept out from the tree. The kings instinctively retreated, but the surroundings were sealed off by the electric ring, so they couldn't retreat. When everyone was swept by the green light, they saw that their surroundings had directly changed. At this time, it was no longer a grave in front of everyone, but a huge bronze divine tree. And where they were, they seemed to be above the starry sky. In the distance, stars were twinkling. The kings looked up and saw that the bronze tree was covered with strange lights. Han Fei felt that the origin sea moved, or to be exact, the demon purification pot moved. Little vine. Han Fei was shocked. Is this luck? Is there a little vine here? However, before Han Fei thought too much, he heard the Snow Girl say, "Perception works." Han Fei was also taken aback. He scanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers with his perception, and each of the dazzling treasures looked extremely extraordinary. Ring, ring, ring. The crowd turned to look at the source of the sound, and they saw a bronze bell emitting a crisp sound. But in fact, the bell was even bigger than the Toad King in its complete state. Near the blue bell, there was a bright red flame burning on the branch, which was also huge. Judging from the weird flame, it was obviously a rare fire of heaven and earth. Above it, Han Fei also saw a familiar item, which was the crystal ball that contained the yin-yang sky and the waterwood sky, which was also a small world. Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. A branch hanging a world. Su Lian exclaimed, "What's that? Stars? 9 stars are hanging on the tree?" Everyone followed Su Lian's direction and continued to look up, and then they all gasped. As a king, he must have studied the appearance of the big stars. If they weren't stars, what could they be? But they were a little small, and each seemed to have a radius of less than 1,000 kilometers. On the tree, Han Fei saw fishing rods, gems, swaying whips, shiny battle suits, and an ancient divine boat. And these were not the most important, because at the top of this bronze tree there was a futon. There was a jade slip and a small vine on the futon. Seeing this, Han Fei was excited. Sure enough, the more dangerous the place was, the more opportunities there were. In this way, this was the 6th small vine of the demon purification pot. In the chaotic azure sea, this was already the 3rd small vine he had obtained. Han Fei didn't understand why the little vines were separated. Why were the vines scattered everywhere? And this time he might be able to find the answer from the imperial palace. Similarly, more than one person saw the jade slip and the small vine. Hong Yu looked at Han Fei and thought, "Why is this small vine so similar to the small vine that old Lady Chiu used to refine pills? And that small vine should be in Han Fei's hands now, right?" Han Fei noticed Hong Yu's gaze, and his eyes turned cold. Hong Yu immediately said, "I don't know anything. I won't fight for that small vine." Only then did Han Fei slowly retract his gaze. In fact, many others were secretly spying on Han Fei. Now, the strongest here should be Han Fei, Bai Yu, and Peng Jia. Zhou Bai and Li Jian were powerful, but it was impossible for them to defeat Han Fei in close combat. With Peng Jia's powerful defense, he might be able to fight, but if they fought, his chances of winning were not high. Only Bai Yu, who was in charge of the Martial Emperor City's super resource store, could be said to have many treasures. But Bai Yu said that he could only maintain about 30 seconds in the heaven opening state. If this was true, even with all kinds of treasures, Bai Yu might not be Han Fei's match. But if Bai Yu held back, or if he had some special treasures, he could indeed fight with Han Fei. As for the giant beasts, Han Fei was sure that they had hidden their strength, but it was hard to say how much. But if they said that they could beat him, Han Fei did not believe it. Just as everyone was searching for treasures on the tree, Snow Girl said, "Don't forget our battle. Did you forget how big that tree was when we first saw it? Did you forget how dangerous it was?" Chapter 2017. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Snow Lady, Su Shulian, and the others. Han Fei naturally didn't know what had happened in the past. The Snow Lady said, "Back then we found the tree inside the bronze gate. That tree is almost the same size as this one. Even so, we ran into the spirit of the divine tree when we fought for it. In that battle alone, the number of monarchs who perished from the various major forces numbered over 100. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Was it the incident where more than 100 humans went there, but only 36 returned in the end and eventually established the 36 Black Heavens? So, that was the cause of the 36 mysterious heavens. Huang Jie said, "But it's slightly different. There were many great Daos on our tree, but there doesn't seem to be any great Daos on this one." Han Fei was confused. You can see great Taos too? Huang Jie explained. After eating the fruit of Tao, different great Taos can be awakened depending on one's luck or fate, or they can deepen their understanding of their own great Taos and extend them. Hong Yu added, when we fought for the treasures on that tree, we ran into the illusion of an extraterrestrial demon. I'm afraid it's the same this time. Seeing that Han Fei was confused, Hong Yu said again, when you pick the treasures, you'll fall into an illusion or a place where you don't know if it's an illusion or not. Anyway, as many as 100 kings died that time. Han Fei thought to himself, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to do it. Observing the situation of the others, it seemed to be the same. The opportunity was right in front of them. They only had 2 choices, fight for it or die. The Snow Lady said, don't be greedy. Find the most suitable one. That's the best. Liang Yin said, I'm just a bit confused. Why hasn't the 5th great Tao appeared yet? Not just Liang Yin. Everybody had the same question. However, in front of the bronze tree and the treasures on it, everybody automatically suppressed the question. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Pang Jia and Zhou Bai. He decided not to waste his energy on them for now. After he got the vine, he might have a chance to hunt them in the future. However, Pang Jia and Zhou Bai had goosebumps under Han Fei's stare. They wondered if Han Fei was trying to kill them before he searched for the treasures. As such, the 2 of them shot out with a whoosh and were already flying towards the bronze tree. Zhou Bai's target was a demonic essence bead that shone with a red light. Although Han Fei didn't know what it was, he knew that if Zhou Bai absorbed it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. But Han Fei didn't stop him. Not to mention whether Zhou Bai could get it, even if he did, so what? Would he be his opponent if he captured him? However, as soon as Zhou Bai stepped within 100 miles of the demon essence bullet, a blue ball of light appeared and enveloped him. It was as if there was a huge blue fruit growing on the bronze tree branch. The kings looked at each other, only to hear Huang Jie say, it should be similar to the last time. Let's go, treasure hunting. Then Huang Jie looked at Han Fei. Now it's up to fate. Not many kings came here, so those who can make it out alive are no exception. If we die, it will only be due to our lack of luck and strength. Han Fei nodded slightly. Have a safe journey. Huang Jie and the others went in different directions. The Snow Lady found an invisible ice crystal. Huang Jie found a rainbow spirit worm. Liang Yin found a purple bamboo on a tree. Han Yu found a skeleton. However, no one fought for the jade slip and the small vine at the top of the tree. On the other side, Bai Yu's perception had collided with Han Fei's several times on the top of the tree. He probably knew Han Fei's target. Now, only he and Han Fei hadn't made a move yet. The 2 looked at each other and Bai Yu said, although these are all rare treasures in the world, maybe each of them can help people open the sky. But the martial Emperor City has never lacked treasures. But can that small vine grow a 9th grade divine pill? Han Fei grinned. What, you want to snatch it? Bai Yu shook his head, slightly. It may be good stuff, but it's at the top. I haven't reached the level of opening the sky yet, so I don't want to die yet. I'm just reminding you that the 5th path hasn't appeared yet. Then Bai Yu shook his head. His target was the 6th treasure below the top, a book. When everyone had their targets, Han Fei didn't go up immediately. Instead, he took out his fishing rod and caught a soul-calming pill for himself. Then he cast the fishing rod in the river of time for a while. Although he didn't catch anything, Han Fei nodded slightly and flew to the top of the bronze tree. Just like the others, when Han Fei was within 100 kilometers of this place, he was surrounded by a blue light ball. The next moment, Han Fei appeared in the starry sky further away. Yes, far away there were vast stars, and the nearest ones were several large stars. He scanned with his perception and found that the scene of desolation around the large stars was extremely real. And above the void it was very cold and he couldn't breathe. He could only absorb the spiritual energy and energy between heaven and earth. This made Han Fei suspicious. Am I really in the starry sky? that was still acceptable. However, she saw a young man dressed in black with a smile on his face tens of thousands of kilometers away, looking at her with a smile on his face. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Alive or dead? Originally, Han Fei didn't expect the person opposite him to answer. After all, the imperial palace had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was a bit exaggerated to tell him that there were still people alive here, except for the venerable emperor. However, things were often unexpected. The person said, "It's been millions of years, and you are the 13th person to come here. I wonder what you can do." Although Han Fei was surprised, he immediately responded, "The 13th? Did the previous 12 people all pass the inheritance of several paths?" However, the person opposite him said leisurely, "Maybe the way you came is different? Since you came here from there, you can feel the power of the 5th path." Huh. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The 5th path? Is it passed on from person to person? Didn't Huang Jie say it was a heavenly demon illusion? Or am I in an extremely real illusion? Before Han Fei realized what was going on, the man on the opposite side suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei and slapped him in the face. So fast, Han Fei suddenly realized that this person walked the path of extreme speed, which was the same as the ultimate blade he collected. The two walked the same path. A blue halo appeared in front of Han Fei, and with the help of the power of time, he launched a sacrificing punch backhandedly. But this time, the power of time failed to stop this person. The hand broke through the barrier of time as if it was as simple as breaking a water mirror, and slapped Han Fei hundreds of miles away with one palm. However, the moment the sacrificing punch burst out, it was directly shattered by a very powerful force. It caused violent shock ripples that spread out layer by layer. Body refining? Han Fei frowned slightly. This person's physique was extremely strong, even stronger than mine. Such a strong physique, such a fast speed. The other party must have walked many paths at the same time. After the first confrontation, Han Fei's heart shook, and the ultimate blade left his body, turned into the extreme speed, and rushed at the mysterious man. The ignorant are fearless. The mysterious man in black grabbed the ultimate blade with one hand, and Han Fei immediately felt the mutual attraction of the same path. At that moment, Han Fei felt as if he was about to lose the ultimate blade. This made him suddenly think of a terrible thing. The same path harvested each other, also known as harvesting leaks. This was what the old turtle said before. The same path was a process in which the strong harvested the weak. With this thought in mind, Han Fei immediately forcibly withdrew the ultimate blade. But the ultimate blade had already been entangled by the other party. Han Fei thought to himself, "I spent countless resources and vitality to get the ultimate blade, so I can't let it be swallowed like this." Therefore, Han Fei leaped with golden light. The great Tao convergence sword erupted, forcibly snatching the ultimate blade. The man in black seemed a little surprised, probably not expecting Han Fei's speed to be so fast. And Han Fei's speed was not the same as his, so he couldn't swallow Han Fei. However, when Han Fei withdrew the ultimate blade, he heard the heavenly demonic sound coming. Layers of void ripples were resisting the great Tao convergence sword, and the purple lightning was like a pillar, striking at the great Tao convergence sword. Even so, it took the man 2 minutes to block the great Tao convergence sword. At this time, if Han Fei still didn't realize what was going on, he would be a fool. He said, "You've cultivated all the great Taos you've cultivated before at the same time in your 5th life." The man in black smiled slightly. Yes. Han Fei was surprised. So, cultivating multiple great Taos at the same time was a way to become an emperor? But if it was so simple, wouldn't people in the heaven opening stage start to cultivate multiple great Taos at the same time? How could there be so many people who couldn't achieve immortality at all? Therefore, cultivating multiple great Taos at the same time was definitely not the only way to become an emperor. At least, if the man in front of him was in his 5th life, Then he also failed to achieve immortality in this life. He just took more great das. In the heavenly demonic sound, Han Fei said, I've already experienced these great das of yours. Is there anything new? If not, it's my turn now. Ha ha! At that moment, a golden light burst out of this man's body. The next moment, he leaped and appeared dozens of kilometers away from Han Fei. Hiss! Han Fei's pupils constricted. Golden light leap? I've only used it once, but he's already learned it? Chapter 2018. Of course, Han Fei was stunned. If this person's learning ability was so strong that he could learn the golden light leap after seeing it once, how could he fight him? The black-clothed man charged at him again. There was wind and thunder in his fist, and the sound of wind and thunder was deafening. When he punched out, many kinds of great das merged. Han Fei activated his great das, but he was still blasted back more than 500 kilometers. When Han Fei flew out, he saw the man appear dozens of kilometers away from him again with a golden light leap. He pointed at Han Fei with 2 fingers and burst out Han Fei's original technique, the Great Tao Convergence Sword. F***CK. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It's fine if you learn my golden light leap. After all, your speed is really fast. But you learn my Great Tao Convergence Sword? That's too much. Facing the black-clothed man's Great Tao Convergence Sword, Han Fei also pointed with 2 fingers, and at the same time, the Great Tao Convergence Sword burst out. The 2 Great Tao Convergence swords collided. It was not until this moment that Han Fei discovered that although they both performed the Great Tao Convergence Sword, the great Taos contained in it were different. This made Han Fei breathe a sigh of relief. In other words, although the man opposite him could imitate the moves, he couldn't imitate the great Tao. He was only using his own great path to unleash this attack. But even so, it was enough to shock Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but think of something. With a golden light leap, he tried to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers directly. The black-clothed man also leaped with a golden light leap. However, the other party appeared a little too late. Han Fei smiled slightly. It turns out that you have just been running, not leaping. The black-clothed man didn't feel disappointed because Han Fei saw through him. He said, Interesting. You and I are walking the same type of path. Han Fei scoffed. Don't talk nonsense. I'm different from you. At most, I dabble in a lot of things. The black-clothed man looked at Han Fei with a smile. Do you have any other great techniques? Han Fei didn't respond but asked, Are you dead or alive? The black-clothed man didn't hide it. He said, I'm just a mark. When the energy of the mark is exhausted, or I disintegrate on my own, that's when I dissipate. It's a pity that, until now, there hasn't been anyone who can exhaust my energy. The man in black smiled faintly. Me. I've had enough fun. Next, I'm going to make my move. Han Fei's pupils constricted. You haven't really taken action yet? The 2 of them looked at each other, and almost at the same time, Han Fei leaped out with a golden light. The man in black didn't use the golden light leap again, but rushed at him at extreme speed. The 2 of them didn't use the Great Tao Convergence sword anymore. Instead, they used their fists to attack each other. Boom, 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 dong, dong, dong. In just a few seconds, Han Fei seemed to have been fighting for 30 or 50 seconds. The power of each of the 2 was almost equivalent to a sacrificing punch. The 2 of them fought from the void to the planet. In the end, they only saw the planet crumble and the world collapse. In just the 5th breath, a blue halo circulated in front of Han Fei. The power of the Great Path was about to run out. He had to reverse time and return to his peak state. But when Han Fei reversed time, he saw that the man in black rushed into time and tried to reverse time with him. Get lost! At that moment, Han Fei summoned the immortal spiritual energy and the ferocious qi in the origin sea and activated the divine baleful qi and the crafty time technique in an instant. BM! The outbreak of the divine baleful chi finally made the expression of the man in black change. However, this person didn't seem to panic too much. Obviously, he knew these two powers. Therefore, in the face of the divine baleful chi, the man in black burst out mysterious yellow chi, turned it into a sword, and blocked the divine baleful chi. However, under the effect of the crafty time technique, the divine baleful chi actually broke out twice, so even the man in black couldn't help but take the divine baleful chi head-on. But because of his physique and speed, the divine baleful chi didn't seriously injure him, but only destroyed most of his body. When the powers intertwined, Han Fei returned to his peak state, and the man in black almost recovered. In this confrontation, Han Fei won by a narrow margin, but the man in black obviously changed his fighting style immediately. This time, Han Fei felt the boundless wind around him, and there was water mist in the wind, which was piercingly cold. In the ruins of the stars, countless Taoist patterns and arrays were fusing, and Han Fei seemed to be in a storm. Han Fei's face changed drastically. This man's power of the Great Path had changed again, which was so different from the battle just now that Han Fei couldn't react for a while. Swish, in the ruins of the stars, a beam of light flashed, but it was a sword mark, and the Great Path unification sword stabbed straight at Han Fei. Han Fei condensed infinity water on his fingertips, turned it into a knife, and barely blocked it. Then, Han Fei found that the bloodline in his body showed two opposite forms, and his spiritual energy instantly went out of control. Han Fei's body exploded, but the Gemini divine technique was activated simultaneously, turning into two mists, one black and one white. Then, not to be outdone, Han Fei activated the supreme yin-yang wheel, and the yin-yang pattern rotated above the man's head, trying to crush the young man in black. The latter grinned and said, "The great path of yin-yang? It's a pity that you haven't understood life and death yet." The man in black also turned into two figures, one black and one white, which fused like an awl and pierced the supreme yin-yang pattern. Puff, after a round of battle, Han Fei retreated quickly, bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. With a thought, the Tianqi divine technique descended and was quickly repairing himself. "You also know the great path of yin-yang?" The man in black smiled and said, "Since you found that I cultivate many great paths at the same time, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess." Han Fei was shocked. Yes, all the great paths of the 36 Xiantian realms were spread out in this imperial palace, right? The great paths that you treasure may have been used by others 1,000,000 years ago. The degree of mastery may be even higher than yours. Han Fei found that perhaps only the Tianqi divine technique, the road of invincibility, and the great path of time could not be mastered by the man in black. Not only that, Han Fei was not in a hurry to reverse time because he almost collapsed in time just now. Han Fei couldn't help but throw out a fishing hook and break through time. The man in black tried to stop him, but Han Fei punched out and the void lines crazily extended out. Although the black-clothed man was blocked, to Han Fei's surprise, the black-clothed man was able to catch a void line from the void. However, the man in black didn't attack the void lines, or he didn't know how to break Han Fei's void line. The man in black said, "Interesting. In terms of great paths and means, you're not bad. Unfortunately, if you want to achieve immortality, it's far from enough." At this time, Han Fei fished out the Empyrean Ancient sword from the void. This sword appeared, one to attack the man in black, and the other to protect him and let him reverse time. Sure enough, when Han Fei reversed time again, the man in black burst out 3 sword auras at the same time, which looked very much like the Grand Pure 1 meter sword of the Grand Pure Palace. The 3 swords slashed at the Empyrean Ancient sword. But in the end, it still gave Han Fei another chance to reverse time. After returning to his peak state again, Han Fei happened to see the scene of the Empyrean Ancient sword exploding. Han Fei was shocked. Is it really so fierce? Although it was fished out, it was broken in the blink of an eye. Han Fei immediately retreated and continued to fish with his fishing rod. To Han Fei's surprise, the man in black didn't stop Han Fei from fishing, but was curious to see what else Han Fei could catch. Once, twice, thrice, after fishing 5 times in a row, just when Han Fei was embarrassed and felt that the other party was going easy on him, Han Fei finally fished out a golden arm on the 6th time. The golden arm, caught by the time fishing technique, was completely obedient to Han Fei's command. Han Fei didn't let it parasitize him at first, but only let it attack the enemy. Han Fei thought that this should be enough to give this man in black a headache, right? However, the man in black said, "You actually found my arm back." Han Fei was surprised. Han Fei was dumbfounded. So it turned out that he had fished the man's arm back? But then Han Fei thought, if this golden arm belongs to this man, how strong is he? Could it be that he had already reached the peak of the heaven-opening stage? So with just one arm, he can defeat anyone in the sea-opening realm. Therefore, the man in black in front of him was indeed just a mark. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. But since Han Fei couldn't defeat this man with his own strength, it would be a good idea to use his arm. Then it would be a good idea to use his hands. Han Fei used the Gemini divine technique again. This time, the white mist body directly pressed on this golden arm. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the white mist body was about to explode, and a terrifying force swept through his whole body, directly reaching the upper limit of the power that his white mist body could bear. Han Fei thought that even if he operated the Great Tao, opened the invincible eye, and performed the dragon transformation technique, he wouldn't be as strong as he was now. Seeing this, the man in black on the opposite side couldn't help but fall silent. Interesting. I have to say that you are the strongest of these 13 people. You have seen the Tao of the 5th life. This opportunity is yours. Han Fei was ready to fight and used all his trump cards. Unexpectedly, the man in black on the opposite side gave up and didn't want to fight anymore, and his figure gradually dissipated, becoming more and more blurred. Han Fei said, "Hey, what's your name?" The man in black smiled faintly. "My name is not important. My name in the 6th life is Chu Hao." Han Fei. Han Fei was not surprised that the man in black dissipated. After all, how could a mark fight the real body? This golden arm could be preserved to this day only because it hadn't parasitized a strong master. He thought it was a battle of life and death, but it ended in this strange atmosphere. But where Han Fei was, he was still in the starry sky. When Han Fei looked again, he keenly discovered something. In the depths of the void, there was a futon floating. Uncontrollably, the demon purification pot flew out on its own. The return of the 6th small vine quietly began in this starry sky. Chapter 2019. At this time, Han Fei hadn't merged yet because the golden arm was still in the body of white mist. Although the golden arm was completely under his control, he didn't know if the terrifying power would have any side effects. So Han Fei didn't merge with the golden arm immediately, and his state wouldn't affect the return of the 6th vine. The return of this vine seemed to be louder than before. Before the two intertwined, the whole starry sky was already shaking, and a huge amount of resources were gathering. Han Fei thought that if he merged with the vine in his origin sea, a lot of resources would probably be devoured. The demon purification pot was spinning, and the 5 vines on it were swaying and even growing. After about 100 minutes, the 6th vine finally returned. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the vine returned, it pierced into Han Fei's body of black mist and the body of white mist at the same time, and then directly appeared in Han Fei's origin sea. As soon as the demon purification pot entered the origin sea, the entire origin sea was boiling, and a huge amount of energy rose to the sky and poured into the vine. Although Han Fei was a bit distressed, the rise of the demon purification pot was equivalent to his rise, so he could eat as much as he wanted. If he couldn't, he could find more resources after he left the imperial palace. The demon purification pot seemed to know where Han Fei's main resources were, so it quickly came to the batch of resources that Han Fei reserved for him. That batch of resources, to put it bluntly, added up to nearly 3 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. After he came out of the Grand Purity Palace, he replenished a lot of them. Han Fei thought that according to the previous devouring speed of the demon purification pot, it should be able to devour for a long time. However, to Han Fei's shock, nearly 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones shattered every second, which meant that they were swallowing billions of points of spiritual energy every second. In this way, the demon purification pot could probably devour 15 million ultra-quality spiritual stones a day. These resources would run out in about half a year. Han Fei was shocked. Half a year? He planned to let the demon purification pot swallow these resources for decades. Why was it only enough for half a year? Besides, the time in the origin sea was accelerated. Half a year here was less than 7 days in the outside world. So his massive amount of resources could only last 7 days? Are you kidding me? Not even 50 breaths of time had passed. The small vine in the demon purification pot stretched out with a swoosh and plundered the million black Yellowstones that he got from the skeleton jewelry. Han Fei said, "Hey, don't be so full. Let's eat slowly. Remember to leave some for me." Han Fei was really anxious this time, different from the ultra-quality spiritual stones. As far as top-grade spirit stones were concerned, he had many sources. Even if he used his own resources to exchange for them, he would be able to exchange for a lot of them. However, he had only obtained a little more than 1 million pieces of black Yellowstone in this underground palace. If they were all swallowed by the demon purification pot, would he have been lonely after fighting for so long? About 5 minutes later, the golden arm disappeared, and the strength of Han Fei's white mist body dropped. So Han Fei performed Gemini as one. But at this moment he could only wait. Within the origin sea, the demon purification pot was swallowing the mystic Yellowstone, and Han Fei was playing with this jade slip, ready to read it. This jade slip appeared with the small vine. He didn't know if it contained any important information or cultivation methods. When Han Fei scanned it with his perception, he frowned, and as he read on, his face became more and more solemn. After a while, Han Fei's face was livid and his expression was extremely complicated. When he looked at the demon purification pot again, he sighed and let out a long breath. This jade slip was not a divine art or something like that. As he guessed, it was an important record. The record was about nothing else but the demon purification gourd. The content of the jade slip was witnessed from the first-person perspective of this emperor, namely Chu Hao. After reading the jade slip, Han Fei learned that Chu Hao had been an emperor for at least 2 million years. Because in this jade slip it was written that 28 million years after he became an emperor, the gods roamed the Chaos Sea and found an ancient vine growing in the Chaos Eye in the depths of the Chaos Sea. The gods worked together to pull out the ancient vine, and the demon purification pot appeared. However, when the demon purification pot appeared, the Chaos Eye collapsed, as if the world collapsed and all Daos were overturned. Ominous things overflowed from the Chaos Eye and darkness spread. The gods didn't care. After learning the great power of the demon purification pot, the civil war began. The war of the gods lasted only 100,000 years, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, the demon purification pot was divided among the 9 gods, and each got a vine. However, darkness spread, and in the darkness, there were creatures crossing the darkness and descending to the sea realm. The ominous war was born. In the ominous land, strong masters dominated, and some gods were defeated and died in the sea realm. Since then, the ominous war officially began. After fighting for more than 600,000 years, the gods built the eternal thunder purgatory to suppress the ominous. However, the ominous accumulated for a long time and became more and more powerful. The gods discussed and combined the demon purification pot to resist. After fighting for 60,000 years, a traitor was born, and the War of the Gods broke out. In the War of the Gods fought in the darkness. After fighting for more than 3 months, many gods died and never came out of the darkness. Only the demon purification pot was thrown out of the darkness, and I happened to get this treasure. However, in a hurry, the Dharch ambushed me, and the demon purification pot was damaged, and I was about to die, so I had to escape with the broken artifact. In the name of the Void Temple, I sealed this place, built the Dharch Palace, and sealed the demon purification pot. I hope that there are heroes in the future who can reassemble the demon purification pot. Remember, although the darkness is there, the Thearka's heart is unpredictable. If the gods don't come out, the ominous will always come. When Han Fei finished reading this record, he didn't feel good. It turned out that the demon purification pot was a treasure that the gods searched for in the depths of the Chaos Sea. It was because of it that the so-called ominous came. It was because of it that the twilight of the gods broke out. Even after the gods died because of it, the Dharch fought because of it. Han Fei didn't know where the Chaos Sea was, but it was very dangerous. The demon purification pot had a total of 9 vines, and this was only the 6th one, which meant that at least 3 more vines were in the so-called Sea Realm. Therefore, holding the demon purification gourd was basically asking for trouble, as long as others found out. At that time, countless Dharch would want to kill him and snatch the demon purification pot. According to the description on Chu Hao's jade slip, the preaching of the Void Temple here was just a cover. It could even be said that Chu Hao had purposely made this place the place of inheritance of the Void Temple in order to protect this place, or to protect the demon purification gourd from being discovered. However, Han Fei didn't know whether the Void Temple knew about the existence of the demon purification pot. This was really hard to say. After all, the Chaotic Sea was also the place of inheritance of the Void Temple. There was a way to become a disciple of the Void Temple here. Would anyone pay attention to the Imperial Palace here? Besides, the Imperial Palace had existed here for tens of thousands of years. If there were experts in the same realm who knew about this place, wouldn't they want to see the Imperial Palace? Han Fei was horrified. He had a feeling that there was an invisible hand behind all this. Of course, Han Fei was more willing to believe that Chu Hao had arranged everything. Since he dared to protect this place with the help of the Void Temple, if the Void Temple could get it, they should have gotten it long ago. How could the demon purification pot fall into his hands? In short, no matter what, now that the demon purification pot was his, he couldn't let others know. Once this matter was leaked, even if a Dharch knew, he would be in danger. Moreover, he had no choice but to be careful when dealing with someone at the venerable sovereign level. But the demon purification pot's target was the darkness, the ominous place, the place where the gods fell. Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. Suddenly he felt as if he was carrying the sky on his shoulders, and the pressure was so great that he almost suffocated. In the Origin Sea, the demon purification pot's demand for resources seemed to be extremely high. On the 132nd day, 1,000,000 mysterious yellow stones were swallowed up by the demon purification pot. After swallowing the mysterious yellow stones, it was not over. In another 182 days, the 3 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones that Han Fei specially prepared for the demon purification pot were swallowed up. Even then, the demon purification pot didn't stop. In another 200 days, the resources that Han Fei earned in the Imperial Palace were almost consumed up. Han Fei was about to cry. If this went on, he would have to live on his savings. His Origin Sea was built up with a massive amount of resources. The spiritual spring water, which was originally rushing like a river, had dried up half at this moment. On the 680th day, more than 21 days had passed in the outside world. The spiritual spring water in Han Fei's Origin Sea had completely dried up, and Little Black and Little White had no place to swim now. And the chaotic gas in Han Fei's Origin Sea had been swallowed more than 10,000 strands. The various mines, earth veins, and spiritual springs buried underground were almost drained, and the origin sea had already produced mist. This was clearly weakening Han Fei. It could be said that if the demon purification pot didn't stop, Han Fei's origin sea would be emptied. If the amount of resources in his origin sea was 100 portions before, now there was less than a quarter left at most. How many resources had Han Fei harvested since robbing in the chaotic sea? Today, nearly 80% of them were gone, and his heart was almost numb. But on this day, the demon purification pot finally stopped spinning. But immediately afterward, 6 small vines took root in Han Fei's origin sea, and the small vines grew more and more, finally forming a vine area. And where the demon purification pot was, the earth veins were transforming. Han Fei felt that the land of the origin sea had become extremely fertile and natural. And in the origin sea, a sky appeared which refreshed Han Fei. Although he didn't know what it meant, wasn't it only the heaven-opening state could create a sky? When Han Fei scanned with his perception, he was immediately disappointed. It turned out to be just a kind of environment shaping, not a real sky. The origin sea still had limits. Puff! While Han Fei was disappointed, he found that countless cracks appeared on the earth veins of the origin sea. Then 2 small vines directly plunged into his body. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in Han Fei's body began to run in 2 completely different ways. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to realize something. His spiritual heritage was about to be unveiled. Chapter 2020. After waiting for almost a year and a half, the demon purification pot was finally full. Fortunately, he had so many resources for the demon purification pot to absorb. If it were a sea expansion realm king, it would take him thousands of years to save so many resources. In addition to feeling that his spiritual heritage was about to be revealed, Han Fei also saw that the 3rd fruit on the 5th small vine was also ripening at this moment. However, Han Fei didn't have time to be overjoyed, because there were now 2 kinds of spiritual heritage running in his body. Judging from Han Fei's inner vision, the circulation of these 2 parts of the spiritual heritage seemed to coexist in a situation where one was real and the other was virtual. Of the 2 kinds of spiritual heritage, one was turquoise and some parts looked as pure as glass, which looked normal. However, the part of this spiritual heritage that was as pure as glass was relatively small, only about 1/10 of it. Most of them were like opaque turquoise with a hint of whiteness in them. And the other kind of spiritual heritage was black all over, and some parts were blood red, and the blood red part was relatively small. It was probably only 1/10 of it. At present, in these 2 kinds of spiritual heritage, there was power rushing here and there, and endless spiritual energy was constantly scouring every part. Being scoured by this power, Han Fei subconsciously activated the void fishing art. He activated the technique and tried to absorb spiritual energy and other powers to scour them together. It felt like his nose was blocked and he kept inhaling, trying to get through the air pressure. More importantly, the 2 spiritual heritage were in the same situation. Han Fei didn't even need to look at his information to know that there must be something wrong with these 2 spiritual heritage. In the past, although he couldn't see, he didn't feel so blocked even though he couldn't see. Now he could see them, but he found that they were blocked everywhere. Only 1/10 of them were unblocked, and the other 90% were congested. Han Fei was speechless. This problem didn't occur when he was cultivating before. Why was there a problem everywhere now? Although he could still complete a circulatory cycle, he felt that it might take him an hour to complete a circulatory cycle in such a congested situation, although he could have completed a circulatory cycle in 1 breath's time. Only then did Han Fei realize that he had always thought that the efficiency of his cultivation technique was very high. But as soon as the technique was activated, he would be burned by heavenly fire. But in reality, he had been cultivating at an extremely slow speed all this while. Understanding this, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like he had one more thing to do in the future, and that was to open up his two spiritual veins. Han Fei found it hard to imagine that his spiritual heritage was already in the category of heavenly heritage before it was opened. What would it be like after his two spiritual heritage were opened? Such a situation lasted for 3 days. Thanks to the efforts of the demon purification pot and Han Fei himself, the two spiritual veins have been opened by about 10% each. About 20% of them were opened in total, but they were still far from being fully opened. At this moment, the demon purification pot had retracted the vines and returned to its normal form. Han Fei finally regained his freedom. Looking at the misty origin sea, Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How long would it take for him to get it back? However, this thought only appeared for a very short time, because Han Fei's eyes had already looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 96, sea expansion, 10,000 tribe tree in the sea, 980006, chaotic energy, 43495, spiritual power, 810026, perception range greater than 850,000 kilometers, strength greater than 301,560 waves, first spiritual heritage, primordial spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage of eternal darkness, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 89, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 91, main art, time fishing level 8 of, void fishing, emperor level, divine quality. Han Fei didn't pay attention to the data immediately because the origin sea was in a mess now. It would be great if his power didn't drop. On the other hand, the two great spiritual veins had finally revealed their true names. Primordial spiritual heritage. Han Fei focused on the specific information of the two spiritual heritage. As a result, Han Fei's face immediately changed when he saw it. The primordial spiritual heritage, the beginning of chaos, the creation of veins, the beginning of life, one of the most mysterious bloodlines in history, ranked 800th on the 10,000 heritage divine list. With this spiritual heritage, one strength would pour out, which was rare in the world. The speed of cultivation could be ranked at the top of the tens of thousands of clans in the sea. The primordial spiritual heritage, the beginning of nothingness, the end of death, one of the most mysterious bloodlines in history, ranked 3,000th on the 10,000 heritage divine list. With this spiritual heritage, one strength would pour out, which was rare in the world. The speed of cultivation could be ranked at the top of the tens of thousands of clans in the sea. Han Fei frowned. Did he see it wrong? Were the origins of these two spirit veins so terrifying? One was ranked 3,000th, and the other was ranked 800th on the 10,000 heritage divine list. Didn't it mean that he was destined to be one of the fastest cultivators in the chaotic sea from the moment he was born? Unfortunately, he had always thought that it was the result of his hard work. When he cultivated the indestructible body, he felt that although his meridians hurt, they couldn't burst, so he thought that it was because his physique was strong enough. It turned out that it was all because his spiritual heritage was too high, very high. So even if he only had less than 1/10 of his spiritual heritage before, he could cultivate to this level in such a short time. Han Fei was speechless. The spiritual heritage was so good that he didn't know what to say. Han Fei could only tell himself that his spiritual heritage hadn't been opened yet, so his ranking was definitely not as high as the Great Path. But when his spiritual heritage was opened in the future, at least it wouldn't be difficult to become an immortal, right? Han Fei comforted himself and looked at the third divine pill that appeared on the demon purification pot. This pill was called the Art of Infinite Transformation. It comprehended the great path of heaven, felt the impermanence of everything, and grasped the infinite changes, transforming into thousands of things in the world. To put it bluntly, this was stronger than the 72 transformations. He used to think how difficult it was for a human to transform into a fish and a fish to transform into a human. As a matter of fact, countless generations of people had devoted themselves to research in order to figure out this Tao. And this art of infinite transformation was even more powerful. He could transform into any creature he saw. This seemed to only play a supporting role. But if he added the Gemini divine technique, it could be said that his ability to escape had reached a terrifying level. Even Han Fei didn't know how to deal with it. Unless there was a magical pupil technique that was countless times more powerful than the fiery eyes, it might not be able to detect him. Besides, he could commit crimes in stealth and transform into other people without being noticed. So he had to learn this technique first. If he had learned this technique before, then when he was in the insect-tide forest, how could those low-level insects find him when he turned into a random insect? Comprehending the art of infinite transformation should be similar to the law of heaven and earth, right? If he took the divine pill, he should be able to master it soon. About 20 days had passed in the outside world. On the top of the bronze tree, the blue light ball broke with a pop. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he scanned with his perception and found that 4 of the blue light balls around him were missing. Besides, Han Fei keenly discovered that 2 of the blue light balls had changed positions. Although Han Fei didn't know if the disappeared light ball represented the death of a person. However, the light ball that had changed its position meant that 2 people had chosen to continue exploring after obtaining a certain treasure. The 2 positions changed. One was Bai Yu, and the other was Huang Jie. But anyway, no one had come out yet. Looking at the bronze tree, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if this bronze tree was the same place as the 5 graves ground. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the nautical panorama and cast the Gemini divine technique. With a thought from Han Fei, the nautical panorama began to rotate. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the nautical panorama pointed to the tree, which meant that some of the kings who participated in the treasure hunt had died, not the kings who died in the 5 graves land. Han Fei couldn't help frowning slightly. Forget it. I'm seriously short of resources now. I'm not interested in this tree full of treasures. Anyway, there was still a long time before the Imperial Palace opened, and he had plenty of time to continue to hunt for treasures. However, before that, he needed to get as many resources as possible back. Han Fei broke the void with a finger, and the black mist body drilled in and came directly to a vast sea. There was no land here, but the bottom of the sea was full of beaches, coral reefs, and holes full of seaweed. There were also various remains of crab shells and the like. In addition to these, there was a large number of deep-sea areas. Obviously, this was the origin sea of the squid girl of the Behemoth clan. From the looks of it now, he should be thoroughly dead. The origin sea of the squid girl was not small, more than 7,000 miles long and wide, and the color of the mist was relatively light. The origin sea was rich in resources, which showed that she was not weak. Although she had been hiding her strength, she died on this bronze tree before she could show it. Without Han Fei's order, the demon purification pot had already come out to work. Chapter 2021. In the Squid Girl's origin sea, the demon purification pot swallowed more than 6,000 strands of chaotic energy, which was really a lot. And the ultra-quality spiritual stones Han Fei found, plus various resources, added up to about 1 billion. This number couldn't be said to be small. After all, a king was worth so many resources. But compared to himself, these resources weren't considered much. Compared with the part of his origin sea that was swallowed by the demon purification pot, the harvest of the Squid Girl was not even enough to make up for 1/10 of his loss. However, Han Fei was not greedy. If one was not enough, there was still a second one. Just now, 4 blue light balls disappeared. Half an hour later, when Han Fei completely plundered the Squid Girl's origin sea, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, he finally made up for it. As the nautical panorama rotated again, the target was still the bronze tree. It seemed that someone had died. when Han Fei broke the void again and went in with his black, mist body, he found some ownerless souls here. After searching for a while, Han Fei found the map of the divine palace of the refining god Heaven, only to know that Su Lian had died. Alas, Han Fei sighed slightly. He had helped Su Lian several times, but Su Lian still died in the end. It could only be said that the 13 outer heavens were relatively in decline, and it was not without reason. If Su Lian died, the refining soul heaven would be leaderless. Han Fei didn't know if Su Lian left any backup methods before he came here. Han Fei collected the ownerless souls here and collected about 800 million worth of resources, which was quite a lot. After all, he had only been in the imperial palace for 3 years. How many resources could he consume? Therefore, these kings probably had their own considerations when they came here, such as how many resources they brought. The demon purification pot collected more than 5,600 strands of chaotic energy. Fortunately, the 10,000 strands of chaotic energy that were swallowed in his origin sea were finally made up for, but a lot of other resources were still missing. When Han Fei tried to find the origin sea for the 3rd time with the nautical panorama, although he still found it, it was not on the bronze tree, but in the void outside the bronze tree. When Han Fei found this void, the 9-poison treasure silkworm in the depths of his divine soul moved, which meant that there was a residual poison here. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Huang Jie was dead. When Han Fei entered the 3rd origin sea, he was shocked to find that it was an ocean. Then he sensed his surroundings. This could not possibly be Huang Jie's origin sea. Otherwise, there would be thousands of poisons everywhere. Since it wasn't Huang Jie's origin sea, it meant that Huang Jie had fought with this person. Furthermore, Huang Jie had won, and this person had died. This person's origin sea was more than 26,000 kilometers wide. This was the largest origin sea he had seen apart from Wan Qingling. Moreover, this person also knew how to arrange the origin sea. The color of the mist was very light, clearly grasping some tricks. The moment the demon purification gourd appeared, it did not devour the chaotic aura immediately. Instead, it extended a small vine towards a large seaweed at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei frowned and immediately found something wrong. A beam of golden light leaped over, and the ultimate blade left his hand in an instant, slashing at the big algae. Puff, puff, puff! Seeing that the seaweed was cut up, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White. He keenly noticed that a wisp of a soul was drilling into the earth vein. Han Fei immediately blocked the earth vein with the void lines. After finding this person's position, the ultimate blade went up and poked him. In just 2 seconds, this person's remnant soul was riddled with holes, and he finally revealed his true appearance. When Han Fei took a closer look, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, it's you!" Han Fei couldn't help but be amused. This person was none other than Zhou Bai of the Seabed Human Clan, rumored to be one of the top 10 powerhouses on the Sea Pioneer list. Now it seemed that the top 10 powerhouses didn't agree to old Huang Jie's request. Either this Zhou Bai was already seriously injured when he came out, and old Huang Jie took advantage of him, or old Huang Jie's strength was already very strong, beyond the scope of Zhou Bai's ability. Han Fei was more inclined to the second possibility. Although old Huang Jie looked like a dying man, in fact, the great poison he controlled might be able to kill someone at the heaven-opening realm. Han Fei was not surprised that Zhou Bai was defeated by Huang Jie. Instead, he took advantage of him. Zhou Bai was shocked. "Han Fei, how did you enter my origin sea?" Han Fei grinned and said, "You ask too many questions. Do you think I'll tell you?" Zhou Bai was terrified, but there was nothing he could do. He was being ravaged by the great poison. Otherwise, how could he exist in the form of a soul? At this time, no matter what, he had to restore his physical state. However, just as Zhou Bai was about to use the chaos qi to fuse with the surrounding energy. He discovered that the chaos qi was no longer under his control. He saw a gourd swallowing the sky and the earth. Han Fei grinned. What a pity. You can only blame your bad luck for running into me. With that, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the ultimate blade began to strangle crazily. Zhou Bai didn't even have a chance to dodge before his soul was pierced. To make sure that nothing went wrong, Han Fei searched with the void lines to make sure that Zhou Bai was dead, and then began to search for resources. Han Fei curled his lips. He thought that a powerhouse of Zhou Bai's level would have more resources. But after searching, he realized that he was overthinking. Since Zhou Bai had figured out the layout of the Origin Sea, a large number of resources must be arranged in the Origin Sea. The available resources were about the same as those he got from Wan Qingling, only 500 million. Of course, the excavation work of the Origin Sea was relatively more troublesome. However, Han Fei was short of resources now. No matter how difficult it was to excavate the Origin Sea, he had to do it. There were at least billions of resources in the Origin Sea. Wouldn't it be a big loss if he didn't excavate them? He dug for more than 6 hours. Han Fei continuously excavated resources from Zhou Bai's Origin Sea, reaching 2 billion. And when Han Fei dug to an underwater volcanic mountain, he found a demon essence core bead, which seemed to be the thing hanging on the bronze tree before. Zhou Bai's first target was this thing. He didn't expect that Zhou Bai didn't completely use this thing, but left it in the Origin Sea. Name Demon Emperor Naiden. Introduction. An Emperor Naiden obtained by killing a humanoid Emperor Sea Demon. Its energy can be absorbed to enhance the soul, enhance strength, comprehend the Great Way, and inherit the Demon Emperor's great technique. Level Emperor Quality. Ultra Quality contains celestial spiritual energy greater than 392 wisps. Effect. Refining and absorbing it can obtain the inheritance, enhance the soul, comprehend the Great Way, and gain strength. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. This thing was good, but in fact, it was of limited use to him. For one thing, he didn't actually need the inheritance of this thing, because it was not suitable for him. And among the people he knew, only Xia Xiaochan was suitable for it. But Xia Xiaochan didn't necessarily need it, because Xia Xiaochan's future path might not be worse than this Demon Emperor's. Looking at its Great Way, it could only serve as a learning tool at most. Xia Xiaochan definitely wouldn't accept the inheritance of this Demon Emperor. Therefore, Han Fei threw it into the Origin Sea. When Xia Xiaochan appeared, he would give it to her. In addition to the Demon Emperor Naiden, Han Fei obtained about 2.5 billion resources in total. The Demon Purification Pot absorbed 8,000 wisps of chaotic energy, so the amount of chaotic energy Han Fei had increased to 62,396 wisps. Unfortunately, the 3 chances of the Navigator had been used up today, which made up for the resources swallowed by the Demon Purification Pot. Fortunately, many kings died here. Otherwise, if he were to rob these resources, he didn't know how many places he would have to rob to get so many. Han Fei glanced at the bronze divine tree and saw that no one had come out. Although there were dazzling treasures hanging on the tree, he was not in a hurry to grab more treasures. Originally in the Imperial Palace, Han Fei thought he had no chance to enter the Origin Sea, but it seemed to be different here. No rules could affect this place, not even perception. Therefore, Han Fei's Black Fog immediately entered his Origin Sea again and quickly replaced a large amount of waste resources with the more than 4 billion resources he looted. The essence of the earth veins he obtained before was guided to the entire Origin Sea by Han Fei, because he got a large number of marine resources from Zhou Bai and the Squid Girl. Han Fei directly constructed the terrain within 50,000 kilometers to 60,000 kilometers into the sea. In this way, these resources would have a place to be stored. After almost an hour, the mist in Han Fei's Origin Sea finally dissipated by more than half, and the distribution of resources in the origin sea finally returned to about 40% of what it used to be. Although Han Fei still had no extra resources to use, there were still a lot of resources hanging on the bronze divine tree. Han Fei waited until the next day. One reason was to wait for the ability of the navigator to be reset, and the other reason was to continue to look for the origin sea of other kings that died. The other reason was to find treasures that were more suitable for him on the bronze divine tree. Although there were a lot of rare treasures on the tree, he couldn't be blinded by them. Of course, he had to find resources, but he also had to find a way out. Chapter 2022. Han Fei was used to seeing treasures and resources. In the past, a high-quality pearl was a treasure, but now hundreds of millions of yuan was not enough. Han Fei needed resources, but he also knew that the greatest opportunity was the way out. So, after reconsolidating the origin sea, Han Fei looked around. Above this void, stars were twinkling in the distance, and there was even a red moon in the sky. According to normal thinking, Han Fei could naturally think that the red moon might be the exit. Therefore, after a preliminary judgment, Han Fei immediately pointed to the exit with the nautical panorama. Sure enough, the nautical panorama pointed to the red moon in the sky without hesitation. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. The exit had been found, so he could continue to look for resources without worry. At this moment, the nautical panorama still had 2 chances to point. Han Fei let the nautical panorama continue to look for the origin sea of the remaining king. However, this time, to Han Fei's surprise, there was no origin sea. Wait. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. There were 4 blue light balls missing, but there were only 3 origin sea. This meant that one person had not died, and he was not here, so he must have left the bronze tree. In other words, one person had left the red moon. Han Fei's first thought was that Baiyu had left because the blue light ball where Baiyu was had disappeared. Maybe he had gone to compete for another target, or maybe he had gone out. As Baiyu said, there was no shortage of treasures in the martial Emperor City. Compared with Huang Jie, he was more likely to go out. Of course, it could also be someone else, but Han Fei was more inclined to Baiyu. However, these were all his guesses. To be honest, Han Fei doubted that there was a person who could resist the temptation of the bronze tree, because he couldn't resist the temptation of the bronze tree. Since the nautical panorama couldn't point, Han Fei didn't bother to look for it. He was not worried that the person who left would go through the bronze door before him. If it was so easy to enter the Void Temple, he wouldn't have to go through the test again and again. Han Fei said in his heart, "Point to the most suitable resources for the expansion of my origin sea." This time, to Han Fei's surprise, the nautical panorama pointed to the east and then to the west. In the end, Han Fei found that there were dozens of directions that the navigator pointed to. Han Fei was confused. Which one should I choose? While he was hesitating, he heard the old turtle say, "Why don't we choose the mystic yellow soil?" Han Fei was surprised. Black yellow soil? The mysterious yellow soil that can make the origin seem more natural and gentle? The old turtle, that's right. Look at the yellow brick that looks like a brick 300 miles above you. That's it. Han Fei raised his eyelids. Isn't that a brick? The old turtle said, "Trust me, I am someone who has obtained black yellow soil." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, we can do it one by one. But old Yuan, do you know anything about black yellow soil here? Is there anything more powerful? Let's make a mark first and take them one by one later." The old turtle pondered for a moment. "I know quite a few, but if you want to take them one by one, why don't you uproot the whole tree? Didn't they say that someone had pulled it out before? F***CK. Han Fei had completely forgotten about it. Why didn't he think of pulling it out? It was because this bronze tree was too big, hundreds of thousands of miles high. It was really too big. Even if he pulled it out, he had no place to put it. Therefore, he felt that such a big tree couldn't be pulled out. However, who said that such a big tree couldn't be pulled out. Even if he couldn't pull it out, he could cut it open. Seeing this, Han Fei decided that since there was no one around, he might as well try to pull it out first. What if this tree was pulled out and the treasure fell? Then wouldn't he be rich? Old Han and his mother had done this before. Look, it was probably the two of them who got the demon purification pot out, right? Since someone had succeeded, Han Fei immediately rushed to the bottom of the bronze tree. In Han Fei's perception, the bronze tree was rooted in the void. Although he didn't know how it was rooted, it didn't stop Han Fei from trying to cut the void. Therefore, without hesitation, Han Fei activated the divine killing intent and slashed at the root of the bronze tree. Han Fei's purpose was clear. That was to break the void. The divine killing intent cut a huge crack in the void with terrifying power. But a strange thing happened. The power of the divine killing intent gradually disappeared in the void. But the bronze tree was fine, and Han Fei didn't even see its roots. It seemed that the place where the bronze tree was rooted shouldn't be the void of this world. Han Fei didn't find the roots of the bronze tree, so his strongest move didn't work. He immediately thought of the simplest and most common move, which was to cut the tree. Just like when he cut the 10,000-year-old big red trunk, he could cut the bronze tree into dozens of pieces, and the origin sea should be able to hold it. The infinity water turned into an endless huge wheel and slashed at the bronze tree. Hum, hum, hummed clang, clang, clanged crack, crack, crack. Han Fei really admired the hardness of the bronze tree. The infinity water cut it so violently, but the bronze tree was not damaged at all. On the contrary, the wheel formed by the infinity water collapsed and was full of cracks. Just when Han Fei felt that it was impossible to cut the tree, he decided to take it one by one. A layer of light blue air waves burst out of the bronze tree. This terrifying wave instantly collapsed the infinity water and sent Han Fei and the infinity water flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei felt as if he had been run over by a giant wheel. He was sore all over and felt that his bones were about to be broken. At that moment, when Han Fei was about to rush back, a wave of air swept over, shaking him back tens of thousands of kilometers. And at this time, perhaps because Han Fei was far enough away from the bronze tree, Han Fei could see the true appearance of the bronze tree. Han Fei was surprised to find that it was not the bronze tree at all. It was clearly a large, complex network of intertwined meridians, like the meridians all over the human body. However, before Han Fei could take another look, he saw the blue light curtain in front of him recede. And then Han Fei found himself exiting the starry sky and appearing on the ground under the starry sky. The bronze tree had disappeared without a trace. F*CK. Don't. Han Fei was shocked. What the F*CK is going on? I just cut the tree twice. How did it hit me out of the starry sky? The old turtle was also dumbfounded and shut up, thinking that Han Fei must be furious. Sure enough, Han Fei roared, "Old Yuan, this is the umpteenth rotten idea you have come up with. If I F*King take the treasures one by one, wouldn't it be better for me? Huh. Such a large piece of black-yellow soil is gone. Shouldn't you let me fight for the treasures first?" Feeling Han Fei's anger, the old turtle couldn't help shivering. Well, it's just a suggestion. After all, someone has succeeded before. Han Fei said angrily, "Didn't I fail? Now it's a tree full of treasures. A tree full of treasures." Han Fei felt that his heart was trembling and dripping blood. He had already planned to take the treasures one by one. How many would he get? The old turtle said, "In fact, I think that although there are many treasures on this bronze divine tree, not one person can take them without limit. Otherwise, once he is strong enough, he can take all the treasures. The Supreme Emperor will definitely set restrictions in this regard." Han Fei scoffed. Bullsh*T. The Supreme Emperor is obviously looking for an heir. There are so many treasures. If he doesn't give them to his heir, who will he give them to? Is he going to bless all living beings? Do you think the Supreme Emperor is stupid? The old turtle was a little guilty. It seemed that his argument was not convincing at all. But the old turtle immediately said, "Some of them survived. When you go out, look for them one by one. Let's just snatch the resources they got." Han Fei grabbed the nautical panorama. "No way. I have to find a way to go in again." The nautical panorama immediately turned, and Han Fei followed the pointer and broke through the void at the fastest speed. Soon, he landed in a place that looked like an ancient jungle. Han Fei tried to use his perception to investigate, only to find that it was gone. This made Han Fei speechless. Where should he go in this dense jungle? Han Fei had no choice but to use the nautical panorama again. Golden light flashed, and after about 10 minutes, Han Fei came to the bottom of a giant tree. But the moment Han Fei saw this giant tree, he couldn't help but wonder why it looked so much like the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At this moment, Han Fei felt that there was an extremely slight vibration in the tree. It seemed that the power of the battle was transmitted through the tree. After a moment, Han Fei saw that on this giant ancient tree, there were many venerables who were fighting for a kind of tender yellow fruit wrapped in a thin gauze. Han Fei looked at the fruit in his hand, and information appeared in his eyes. Name Cloud Dream Fruit Introduction. The fruit that grows on the Cloud Dream Divine Tree can improve the power of the soul, strengthen the bloodline, and have a chance of enlightenment. The best one can get the Cloud Dream Divine Technique. This fruit can be divided into 7 grades according to the number of leaves. The more leaves, the stronger the effect. The higher the position of this fruit, the better the effect. But this fruit is often guarded by exotic beasts, so it must be picked carefully. Level, venerable, quality, ultra quality, contains chaotic gas, 7 points. Effect, it can improve the power of the soul, strengthen the bloodline, and enlighten. Chapter 2023. The Cloud Dream Fruit in Han Fei's hand was only wrapped with 2 leaves. Obviously, it wasn't of a high level. Such a cloud dream fruit didn't mean much to him. Chomp! Han Fei took a big bite casually and swallowed it as if it were an ordinary fruit. So, the nautical panorama should be pointing to the way out of this place. Only by leaving this ancient forest could he have a chance to find the bronze tree again. A moment later, when Han Fei saw a human demi-king fighting a demi-king, he knew that he had probably come to a place explored by demi-kings. This place was indeed very beneficial to half-step kings. The higher the grade of the Cloud Dream Fruit, the more primal chaos chi it contained, and the more spiritual strength it could increase. It would also strengthen one's bloodline, and it would also allow one to comprehend Daos. This was a shortcut to improve their comprehensive strength. Anyone who survived here and didn't die would be much stronger than ordinary demi-kings. If they left this palace in the future, they would be much stronger than ordinary demi-kings. And the only thing that could really help a demi-king transcend the tribulation and become a demi-king was the Cloud Dream Fruit of the highest level. Treasures of that level were definitely rare and couldn't be found in large quantities. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that this place might be just one of the many trial sites for demi-kings. As for the degree of danger, it was only SOSO. Han Fei shouldn't have been beaten to this place. But since he was here, it meant that he could pick a few of the highest Cloud Dream Fruits. He just needed to climb all the way to the tree. This difficulty couldn't stop Han Fei. At the highest point of the Cloud Dream Divine Tree, the trunk was naturally thinner and thinner. However, this place had become an ocean of demonic plants. As many as 1,000 kinds of weird, demonic plants were attacking each other. At the highest point of the Cloud Dream Divine Technique, as many as 11 people were fighting each other. Among these people, except for a fatty who couldn't control demonic plants, everyone else could. Who else could this fatty be if not Lu Renkuang? Who? Lu Renkuang was eating everything. For demi-kings were besieging him crazily. Lu Renkuang roared, "Xiaobai, we can't go on like this. Why don't we use the things that Fei left behind?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't be hasty. Those people are not very strong. The bad thing is that they are all from the 100 Flowers Palace and are good at controlling demonic plants. Void Vine, do you have a way to take them away? The Void Vine said in a sobbing tone, Masters, I'm only a peak stage venerable one. Didn't the human king leave you some life-saving means? Use it. Luo Xiaobai said, It's not time yet. If we use our trump card now, what will we use in the future? Lu Renquang said, Fine, I can kill one of them instantly with my full strength and force another one to come. Void Vine, get ready to snatch the dreamy cloud fruit at any time. Void Vine understood. An orange-red light burst out of Lu Renquang's body, and a weird black box appeared with a sea-quelling bizarre treasure in his hand. Devouring demonic blade fight, bang! Waves of air surged around Lu Renquang, and with a swish he cut the 5-kilometer-long vine into pieces. The 4 half-kings of the Flowers Palace saw this. Someone immediately shouted, Restrain him! When the 4 of them exerted their strength at the same time, Lu Renquang grinned. Deep blue fall. The void around one of the half-kings suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying suction force came from the void. The half-king was shocked and immediately shouted, Give me a hand! The remaining half-kings of the Flowers Palace naturally went to rescue him. At this moment, the long knife in Lu Renquang's hand turned into a bolt of lightning and swept across the sky. One of them was triggered, his body was torn apart, and his essence blood was sucked out. Appalled, the half-king activated his secret method, and the essence blood that flew out turned into burning fire thorns that charged at Lu Renquang. But because of that person's mistake, there was a huge claw grabbing onto that half-North king. That person coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the huge claw unleashed a terrifying power that directly pulled that half-North king into the void. Then the void closed. At this point, Lu Renquang's outburst hadn't ended yet. He held the knife with both hands. His body withstood the overwhelming fire thorns, and he rushed forward. At this time, the pure mystic body reflected his powerful physique, and the so-called powerful attacks of these half-kings couldn't shake Lu Renquang at all. The longer Lu Renquang accumulated his strength, the brighter the long knife in his hand became. Seeing the overwhelming vines coming at him, with all kinds of strange poisons and enigmatic barriers in front of him, Lu Renquang knew that he couldn't break through. He slashed down, but it was hard to say whether he could kill them or not. Not good. Dodge! The guy who was targeted by Lu Renquang turned pale. At this moment, the other person threw out a jade slip. The phantom of a king appeared. As soon as the king appeared, he quickly understood the situation of the battle, and a black demonic vine, like a divine spear, pierced directly at Lu Renquang. Shoot! Lu Renquang knew that he couldn't resist it, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. Do you think only you have the king's strike? I don't have it. Kacha! However, the jade slip was broken. In that second, a golden light flashed and Han Fei appeared. Han Fei grabbed the vine spear and shattered the void with a backhand slap, shattering the shadow of Hua Qianyue, the palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, effortlessly. Lu Renquang shouted, Did you see that? You bastard, the king of the 100 Flowers Palace. Dare to fight against my brother? Believe it or not, I can even slap your king to death. If you know what's good for you, give up the cloud dream fruit. A woman on the opposite side shouted, Humph! It's just a projection. I've already launched the king strike. Let's see how many king's strikes the 3 of you can use. Lu Renquang couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Fei, can you still fight? Let's mess with them a little more and kill 2 more along the way. Bam! 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 However, the half-kings only felt a terrifying pressure coming, and the vines, fog, poisonous gas, and enigmatic barriers all collapsed. Under Han Fei's pressure, the remaining 7 half-kings were all knocked down. Someone from the Hundred Flowers Palace shouted. Not good. Demon Han's phantom still has power. Hurry up and use the King's strike. Swish, 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 3 jade slips collapsed, and 3 King's phantoms emerged. Lu Rinquang and the other 2, who were about to take the opportunity to rush over, hurriedly stopped. The 3 of them immediately retreated behind Han Fei, and Luo Xiaobai also held a jade slip with a cold face. She estimated that Han Fei didn't use up the power of the strike, but if the opponent released 3 king strikes in a row, Han Fei might not be able to resist them. But then, as soon as the 3 king strikes appeared, Han Fei waved his hand. No one knew how Han Fei did it, but the 3 phantoms collapsed in an instant. They didn't even have the time to attack. Lu Rinquang and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. The power of Han Fei's strike hadn't been consumed yet. Lu Rinquang immediately said regretfully, I didn't know Han Fei's strike could be so strong. If I had known it was so strong, I wouldn't have thrown it out. The 7 people of the Hundred Flowers Palace were also dumbfounded. Is Demon Han so strong? He just waved his hand casually and the king's strike collapsed? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Lu Rinquang. Do you want me to kill him? I'd better not kill him. In the future, the Hundred Flowers Palace will surrender to us. Lu Rinquang shook his head. No, you have to kill him. Anyway, you are just a projection. Alas, no, Fei Fei. Do you still have the strength to talk? Han Fei said, Well, what if I tell you that this is my real body? Lu Rinquang. Luo Xiaobai. The Void Vine. The people of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Lu Rinquang's fighting spirit disappeared immediately, but he still looked incredulous. Don't talk nonsense. Who are you fooling? Can this jade slip summon your real body? Han Fei said with a weird look. You're the only one who can. You really summon my real body. Hum, hum, 3 holy beams of light descended in a row, falling on Lu Rinquang, Luo Xiaobai, and the Void Vine. The injuries on the 3 of them were recovering crazily. At this time, everyone finally found that something was wrong. Luo Xiaobai said, No, you are not a phantom. You are a real body. Han Fei said with a smile, I am a real body. Otherwise, the phantom image would be very big. At the very least, it would look scary. Lu Rinquang was stunned. Wait, can this thing you gave us summon our real bodies? Then what if you summon us at some critical moment? Lu Rinquang was still stunned, but Luo Xiaobai seemed to understand something. Although she was a little surprised why Han Fei was here, Han Fei's appearance was quite coincidental. The Void Vine completely stretched out and shouted at the opposite side, Come on! Come on, all of you! Hurry up and hand over your resources and the Cloud Dream Fruit. All of them. Han Fei smiled. That's fine. The people of the Hundred Flowers Palace were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Han Fei was here. However, when they felt the almost suffocating pressure, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent, they couldn't help but be horrified. Everyone was shocked. Who was Han Fei? He had slaughtered many people in the Pioneer Sea Realm. How could a half-king resist the ghastly killing intent on his body? The Void Vine had gone to dig out resources, and Lu Rinquang was still scratching his head and tilting his head to look at Han Fei. Fei, are you really your real body? Han Fei said grumpily, I just came here by accident. I was about to find a way out, but you suddenly crushed the jade slip I gave you. How could I not come here? Lu Rinquang exclaimed, There are people in the Pioneer Sea Realm here. Luo Xiaobai nodded. It seems that you have encountered some problems. Han Fei nodded slightly. I did suffer a big loss, a huge loss, a bloody loss. Luo Xiaobai saw that Han Fei's face was twisted. Then it seems that you suffered a lot. Anything that could make Han Fei so agitated and resentful was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have shown up here. Han Fei glanced at the Void Vine and said lightly, Leave some resources for them. Then Han Fei said to them, "The 100 Flowers Palace will surrender sooner or later. Now, you shouldn't be enemies with the Yin Yang Heaven. This time, you learned a lesson. Next time, it won't be so simple." With that, Han Fei waved his hand casually, and the half-kings were sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 2024. Han Fei was going to look for the highest level cloud dream fruit after the nautical panorama was restored. However, he suddenly heard Lu Rinquang's call, so he came directly to the place where the highest level cloud dream fruit was. This was also the fundamental reason why Luo Xiaobai and the others wanted to compete with the people of the 100 Flowers Palace. At this moment, Han Fei killed the people of the 100 Flowers Palace, only to see the Void Vine return with a pile of Sun Moon shells and 4 cloud dream fruits. The Void Vine was so happy that it was twisted. Han Fei took a look. The highest one was 5-leaf, and the others were 3-leaf. It seemed that the people of the 100 Flowers Palace didn't get many cloud dream fruits. Luo Xiaobai said, "On this tree similar to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, this kind of fruit grows in many places. You can distinguish their age and effect according to the number of leaves. This 5-leaf fruit may be misled after being swallowed. If no one is guarding it, they won't dare to swallow it immediately under normal circumstances, so it was a good thing for us." Lu Rinquang nodded. They must have been too late. Otherwise, they would have eaten this 5-leaf fruit a long time ago. Han Fei looked at the battlefield in the distance, where there was a barrier emitting a green jade luster. At this moment, the barrier had been mostly broken and covered with cracks. It seemed that a great battle had taken place there. Luo Xiaobai said, "There is a 7-leaf spiritual fruit over there. There was a flood dragon in the Pioneer Sea State guarding it, but it was killed by us. But maybe because we made too much noise, we attracted the attention of the people of the 100 Flowers Palace." The Void Vine hurriedly said, "Yes, in this environment, even if they don't have perception, their detection ability is much better than that of the people of the other immortal palaces." Han Fei said in surprise, "You haven't got it yet?" Lu Rinquang said, "We'll get it soon." "Fei Fei, have you eaten this fruit? Let's each have a try first." Han Fei shook his head. "I've already eaten it. It's not of much use to me." Han Fei glanced at the 5-leaf cloud dream fruit, only to find that it could only provide 101 strands of chaotic energy. He estimated that the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit could provide 500 strands. But even so, the effect of the cloud dream fruit on him was still too low. Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Then please protect us." Han Fei waved his hand, and the ultimate blade shot out. Luo Xiaobai and Lu Rinquang didn't see what happened. They only heard a few clangs on the green jade barrier, and then the green jade barrier broke. The Void Vine exclaimed, "It's broken so easily." Lu Rinquang was helpless. "Fei Fei, how did you attack? Why can't we see it?" Everyone flew over. Luo Xiaobai controlled the demonic plant, picked the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit, and brought it over. Then she saw the ultimate blade floating in front of Han Fei and was quite curious. Han Fei said, "I got a divine weapon here. It's just a little faster. There's nothing special about it." "Buffed divine artifact?" Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. She really couldn't stand Han Fei's pretentious face anymore. The Void Vine was extremely envious. A human sovereign had already obtained a divine tool? Were there so many resources in the Imperial Palace? Lu Rinquang couldn't help drooling. Are there many divine weapons of this level in this Imperial Palace? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It should be a lot, but it's still a little dangerous. This saber only killed Ji Xian in a few breaths of time. Luo Xiaobai, Lu Rinquang shrugged. "Then forget it. I think this environment is quite suitable for us." Luo Xiaobai said helplessly, "Put away your divine weapon and protect me." Han Fei chuckled. "Hey, you guys eat. The cloud dream fruit was of little use to Han Fei, but it was very useful to Lu Rinquang and Luo Xiaobai. Especially Luo Xiaobai. This exotic spiritual fruit was a great tonic for her, so the seven-leaf cloud dream fruit must be hers. More than 2 hours later, the three of them woke up one after another. The moment Luo Xiaobai woke up, everyone felt that there was a sudden change in the surroundings. They seemed to be in the wilderness, surrounded by clouds and mist, and in the depths of the clouds and mist, there seemed to be a big tree growing vigorously. But this strange scene disappeared after only a few minutes. Han Fei keenly noticed that this seemed to be a kind of Tao. Sure enough, Luo Xiaobai said, "The stronger my Tao heart is, the stronger my strength should be by 30%. Lu Rinquang and the Void Vine were surprised. So much improvement? Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's how it is. If you understand it, you will understand it. Han Fei was deep in thought. The tree just now should be the key to Luo Xiaobai's strength. But Han Fei didn't need to ask. He just said, the late stage of the Imperial Palace is very dangerous. If the next place is the same as here, you should explore it slowly. Don't rush. Don't set foot in the king's realm. Feeling that Han Fei was serious at this moment, Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but frown slightly. You shouldn't be here. What happened? Lu Rinquang also said, yes. I'm also curious. You can get a divine weapon. Why are you here? Alas, Han Fei heaved a long sigh. Speaking of which, this is a wrong choice I made. Blah blah. Facing Lu Rinquang and Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei had nothing to hide. Besides, since they had encountered each other, of course he had to tell them about some dangerous areas. So Han Fei started from the insect-tied forest. Of course, Han Fei omitted the infinity mirror. He just talked about the danger of the places he had experienced and the people he had met. When the three of them heard this, their hearts jumped in fright. The Void Vine trembled all over. What, more than 10 kings have died? Lu Rinquang asked. Is that golden arm really so powerful? Killing a king with one punch? My goodness, so this Emperor Palace wasn't prepared for us half-monarchs, right? Han Fei said, so when you feel that the danger is getting greater and greater and you can no longer rely on talent and trump cards to survive, you'd better choose to retreat to a safe place. A true crisis was a narrow escape from death. Even here, the flood dragon you just killed is probably not simple, right? When I came, I found that the three of you were actually seriously injured. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, that flood dragon has the strength of the pioneer sea state. With the combined strength of the two of us, we used a secret technique to shatter 6 supreme-grade divine weapons before we managed to grind it to death. Han Fei said, so, even this relatively safe place is so dangerous. You can imagine the danger in the depths of the palace. I wonder where Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Shaochan are now. Luo Xiaobai said, Shaochan has already been in the pioneer sea state. According to your experience, she shouldn't appear in the same place as us. At least, you are the first foreign pioneer sea state powerhouse we have met. Han Fei said, so I have to find the bronze tree. You may not believe it, but you have to see it with your own eyes to know how many treasures there are. However, Luo Xiaobai took a deep look at Han Fei and said, I think you don't have to look for that tree. Huh. Han Fei was stunned. Not only Han Fei, but even Lu Rinquang and the Void Vine were stunned. Lu Rinquang was surprised. Why not? Those are all ultimate treasures. However, Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. Treasures are not necessarily ultimate treasures. Just in this forest where we are, the probability of dying is not small, right? So in the end, we all gathered on this big tree. Obviously, this is more like an experience or an assessment. And what Han Fei experienced was obviously the inheritance of the Supreme Emperor's 5 reincarnations. Although many kings died, the Supreme Emperor must have thought of this when he set up this risk. He just wanted to pick out the people who could get his inheritance. As Han Fei said, "There are so many treasures on the bronze tree. Once there are so many treasures, they are no longer unique. They can only be said to be a kind of high-level resource of the same level. In the depths of this palace, there must be something more advanced than them." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" Luo Xiaobai asked, "Didn't you say that when you came out of the illusion of the bronze tree, you found that someone should have taken the initiative to leave?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Yes," Luo Xiaobai said, "those who achieve great things don't scheme with others. You should not look at why others stay there, but think about why that person left. No matter who this person is, why can he resist such a great temptation and choose to leave?" Han Fei was shocked by Luo Xiaobai's words. Yes, why did someone leave in advance? Was it because the things on the bronze divine tree were not good enough? Every single treasure in that place was something that countless people yearned for even in their dreams. Luo Xiaobai said, "From the location of the Half-King and the Sea Expansion Realm, we can tell that the areas we are training in are different. It was just an accident that you came here. I guess that even if you act with us now, you must leave the place where we are training for some special reason." Luo Xiaobai calmly analyzed, "And whether it is the Half-King or the Sea Expansion Realm, there is only one purpose here, which is to accept the inheritance of the Imperial Palace. Because there are very few inheritors, the probability of dying here is very high. Because the heaven-opening realm experts can't come in, we can even conclude that there may be a power in the underground palace that can stop the heaven-opening realm experts. This means that the Sea Expansion Realm is the highest tolerance level for the trial of the Imperial Palace. This also means that only the Sea Expansion Realm experts have a chance to get the real inheritance of the Imperial Palace." Han Fei asked, "The real inheritance of the Imperial Palace?" Luo Xiaobai said, "The Supreme Emperor built the Imperial Palace to pass it on to future generations. Do you think he will spread the news of the entire large palace?" Wow! Lu Rinquang, Han Fei, and the Void Vine all gasped. Hearing Luo Xiaobai's words, everyone felt that it was very likely. Han Fei also felt that it made sense. Otherwise, why would the Supreme Emperor set up an Imperial Palace here? Did he really have nothing better to do? Chapter 2025. One day later, the nautical panorama was restored. Han Fei naturally wouldn't stay here, and Luo Xiaobai was no longer interested in this place because she had already obtained the highest level 7-leaf cloud dream fruit. Han Fei also searched with the nautical panorama, and the result made everyone realize that there was only one 7-leaf cloud dream fruit, which was the one that Luo Xiaobai swallowed. After discovering that the 7-leaf cloud dream fruit was so rare, Han Fei didn't even use the nautical panorama. He just found a branch that pierced through the void nearby. It seemed that the initial design of the Imperial Palace had already considered the ways to enter and exit the major dangerous places. Han Fei entered the void with Luo Xiaobai and the others, and Han Fei also gave each of Lu Rinquang and the others a jade slip with a full-strength strike. If he gave too many of these things, it would consume his soul and essence blood. As for the resources consumed, he didn't care, but if his soul power was consumed too much, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Generally, if he didn't have a good relationship with them or valued them, he wouldn't give them to them casually. The 4 of them stepped into the void. As soon as they stepped in, the entire dark void trembled, and a void storm suddenly rose, trying to engulf the 4 of them. Han Fei was shocked. It's the power of the Pioneer Sea State. Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. He directly cut open a void storm with the Dao Unification Sword Technique, and then pulled out a large void crack with the Draw Technique, stabilized the exit, and then pushed the Luo Xiaobai and the others out with a palm. In the end, Luo Xiaobai said, "My guess is right. You shouldn't meet us for a while. Don't worry about the bronze tree." Before Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, the 2 sides completely separated. When Han Fei reappeared, he was in a white cloud, and in this cloud there was a white jade stone road, no more than 3 or 5 meters wide and endless long. Beside the entrance of the path, there was a puppet standing at the moment. The reason why it was called a puppet was that its skin had dried up, but its flesh and blood were not rotten, and its eyes were still pale and dull. Even so, it couldn't change the appearance of this puppet. Clatter, clatter, Han Fei couldn't help but look at the path. He could vaguely hear the sound of surging waves on the other side of the path. At that moment, the bulky puppet spoke in a stiff voice. The participant's strength has exceeded the normal trial's range. To avoid affecting the normal trial, you will enter the ultimate trial directly. Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. Is this the final trial? I didn't even need to find the way, as I directly pulled myself over for the final test. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, if I pass the ultimate trial, will I be able to control this imperial palace? However, the puppet didn't speak at this moment, as if it didn't hear him at all. This made Han Fei wonder if the puppet had its own consciousness. Han Fei asked again, you have to tell me what this path is, right? Where does it lead to? The puppet still didn't speak. Han Fei asked a few more questions tentatively, but the puppet didn't respond. Even its gray pupils didn't move at all. Han Fei knew nothing about this so-called ultimate trial. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the nautical panorama and said, find other exits here. Who knew if this puppet's appearance was good or bad? Who knew if this path would lead to that ultimate smelting trial? No matter whether he wanted to go or not, he had to see if there was a way out first. However, the nautical panorama didn't turn at all. Han Fei asked, where is the ultimate trial? Crack, crack, crack. The nautical panorama pointed directly at the path. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly, and he asked again, what is the purpose of my trip? The nautical panorama trembled slightly and still pointed at the path unchanged. Although the effect of the nautical panorama had been used up 3 times today, Han Fei relaxed. He just had to wait one more day. Since he had come to this so-called ultimate trial, he was not in a hurry. Han Fei sighed slightly, just a little regretful. He missed the bronze tree, and Luo Xiaobai's explanation was right. But his resources couldn't be replenished, which was the biggest headache for Han Fei. He missed the source sea of so many kings and lost a lot of resources in vain. Otherwise, all of them might be enough to make up for his loss. Now, even if his strength was at its peak, his resources were still insufficient. He hoped that the next final trial wouldn't require him to consume too many resources. The next day, since the puppet dragged Han Fei here, it didn't say a word except to tell him why he was here. At this moment, Han Fei was already standing at the entrance of the narrow, cloudy path. When he was about to step on the path, he heard the puppet suddenly say, once you step on the endless corridor, there is no turning back. Ha! Han Fei smiled faintly, shook his head, and stepped into the path. Han Fei thought, is it useful to tell me this now? Do I have any other way to go? Since there is no other way, isn't it nonsense? Only in this place could one know the horror of the so-called final trial. As soon as Han Fei stepped in, he found that the path in front of him had disappeared. Half a foot in front of him was the fog, and he couldn't perceive anything. He couldn't even see his own fingers. His eyes were meaningless here. Han Fei looked back, and there was indeed no path. It was as if he was standing alone in the fog. When Han Fei looked back, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the fog around him turned into a weird illusion. This was actually the road to the Thug Academy in the Blue Sea town. In front of him, Luo Xiaobai and the other 3 were walking side by side. Xia Shaochan looked back at Han Fei and said, come on, we're almost home. Han Fei's mouth twitched. Isn't this *T? This is such a lousy illusion. However, when Han Fei stepped into this illusion, he had a feeling that his feet were on the ground, and it was extremely real. This feeling terrified Han Fei. If he really followed them back to the Thug Academy, what would he do? Of course, Han Fei wouldn't test it blindly. So, fortunately, Han Fei waited one more day before coming in, waiting for the navigator to reset. Han Fei took out the navigator. Where's the way? However, the navigator spun randomly a few times, and in the end, the pointer pointed at Han Fei for the first time. Huh. The way is with me. Han Fei knew that the navigator couldn't point out the direction, or it would directly lead him away from here. But since the navigator pointed at him, there might be another possibility. That was if he wanted to pass this road, he had to rely on himself. While Han Fei was in a daze, the environment around him changed again, and this time he appeared in the seaweed wall of the level 3 fishery. He could even feel that the seaweed touched him, which was extremely real. In front of him, illusions kept appearing, but the original road was gone. Han Fei simply closed his eyes, blocking his vision and even his sense of touch. But even so, Han Fei still heard the sound of the tide. Fortunately, Han Fei directly blocked his 5 senses and 6 senses. He sneered. This was nothing more than trying to disturb him through these illusions. Han Fei stepped forward, not noticing, not hearing, not seeing. This made Han Fei feel like a wandering soul, as if drifting in the void. But after moving forward for only 100 steps, Han Fei always felt that something was staring at him and even wanted to kill him. This feeling was very strong, which forced Han Fei to open his eyes. At the moment Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a golden arm coming at him. F*CK, the murderous intent, the pressure, and the power that triggered his blood were extremely real. Just when Han Fei was about to counterattack, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait, how could this golden arm appear here? And the surrounding environment? Isn't this the land of 5 graves? Is it fake? Han Fei had a plan in his heart, and his shock turned into confidence. He sneered. It's just an arm. What kind of bloodline, spiritual heritage, and talent do I have? How can I be afraid of you? Even if I stand still, what can you do to me? Han Fei grinned and opened his arms, not intimidated at all. Bam! Han Fei was 100% sure that this thing was fake. Even if it was real, did he learn the pure mystic body and the void fire refining technique for nothing? Han Fei sneered. I thought you had some new tricks, but a fake is a fake after all. Bam! However, at the moment when the golden arm hit Han Fei only felt that his soul was trembling, and his body was covered in blood and cracks. The power of this blow almost shattered Han Fei, and his 5 senses and 6 senses that had been sealed quickly returned. Huh, really? Han Fei didn't believe it was true, but it was an indisputable fact that he was almost killed. No, it's still fake. Although he felt the crisis of death, Han Fei knew that everything was fake. He knew it from the moment he saw the land of 5 graves just now. However, could the illusory scenes here turn into real attacks? The apocalyptic divine technique descended, and Han Fei punched back the golden arm. Although a mouthful of blood was sucked, Han Fei recalled the sentence of the puppet. Once you step on the endless corridor, there is no turning back.